Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if story. As the song today's title, What if Harry Potter claimed the Black Family title and ruled the noble wizard houses? Every video is self-recorded, originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy dark timelines and overpowered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Vault Beneath Grimmauld Place. The silence of number 12, Grimmauld Place was not a peaceful silence. It was a thick, dusty, watchful quiet, like the held breath of something ancient and displeased. Harry Potter had grown used to it over the past 2 weeks, the way one grows used to the persistent ache of a bruise. The house creaked and groaned, not with the settling of old timber, but with the memory of violence. Mrs. Black's portrait, thankfully, remained silent behind her drawn curtains, but Harry could almost feel her malevolent glare seeping through the velvet. He was supposed to be cleaning. That was the excuse he'd given Mr. Weasley for lingering downstairs while the others tackled the infested kitchen. But his heart wasn't in it. He stood in the dim, narrow hall, running a finger over the dusty surface of a long, mahogany table. His reflection stared back at him from a tarnished silver vase, gaunt and too old for 13. The ghost of Sirius's laughter echoed in the silence, a sound he'd give anything to hear again. The letter in his pocket felt heavier than parchment. Sirius's will, conveyed through a stuffy, goblin-read summary, had left him everything. Not just the house, but the financial management of his estate until he came of age. It was a hollow inheritance. A grand, gloomy house full of screams and doxies, and a vault of gold he didn't want. It didn't bring Sirius back. It didn't fill the cavernous space in his chest where his godfather was supposed to be. With a sigh, he pushed away from the table, his trainers making no sound on the threadbare carpet. He'd explore. He was tired of cleaning, tired of creatures' muttered insults, tired of the oppressive weight of the place. He started opening doors. A drawing room full of snarling, mossy-headed trolls. A bedroom with a wardrobe that tried to bite him. A study choked with dust and the brittle corpses of moths. At the end of a narrow corridor on the ground floor, behind a tapestry depicting the brutal execution of muggles, he found a door he hadn't noticed before. It wasn't grand like the others. It was small, low, made of blackened oak bound with iron bands. There was no handle. Harry stood before it, a strange, magnetic pull in his gut. Alohomora, he whispered, pointing his wand. Nothing. No click, no rattle. The door remained stubbornly shut. He frowned. That spell had opened nearly every lock at Hogwarts. He tried a few more he knew, simple unlocking charms, but the door was impervious. Frustration began to curdle into curiosity. This wasn't just an ordinary locked door. This was magic of a different order. He pressed his palm flat against the cool, rough wood. He didn't speak, didn't cast. He just thought. Open. I need to see. He thought of Sirius, of the inheritance, of the lonely, ancient magic that seemed to hum in the very walls of the house. A faint warmth bloomed under his palm. Not from the wood, but from within him, a prickling heat in his scar that had nothing to do with Voldemort. It was different. It felt like recognition. The iron bands on the door shimmered, the rust flaking away to reveal a surface as bright as new steel. With a deep, grinding groan, the door swung inward a few inches, releasing a breath of air so cold and dry it tasted of stone and time. Beyond was not a room, but a set of stairs, carved from the very bedrock, spiraling down into absolute blackness. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. He should fetch Ron, or Hermione. He should tell someone. But the pull was too strong. This was his house now. And this secret felt like it was meant for him. He lit his wand and descended. The stairs went down much further than the house's foundation should have allowed, a testament to the magic woven into its bones. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, until finally, the stairs ended at another door. This one was made of a seamless, gray-green stone, veined with something that glittered like silver in his wandlight. On it was carved an emblem he'd come to recognize, the Black family crest, a double-edged wand, a star, and the words toujours pure. He touched the crest, and this time, the stone didn't resist. It dissolved like mist, revealing a small, circular vault. It wasn't like the vast caverns of Gringotts. This was a personal, intimate space. The walls were lined with shelves holding not gold, but objects, tarnished goblets, a withered hand on a cushion, a music box that played a mournful tune with no one touching it. In the center of the room, On a single plinth of obsidian, lay a large, leather-bound book. It was open. Harry approached, his breath misting in the frigid air. The book was ancient, the pages yellowed and brittle, the ink a faded brown. It was a ledger, written in a tight, elegant script. Names, dates, properties, sums of gold. The Black family accounts, he realized. A complete history of their wealth. His finger traced the entries, moving through centuries. Pollux, Cygnus, Orion. He saw the meticulous records of dowries paid, investments made in Quidditch teams and potions ingredients, bribes to ministry officials written in a careful code. This was more than a vault. It was a confession, a history, a weapon. Then his finger stopped. Towards the bottom of the final written page, in a section titled, Heirs and Succession, was a list of names. His eyes scanned past Bellatrix, past Narcissa, past a name scratched out so violently the parchment was torn. Sirius, he knew. And then, in faded, spidery ink, an entry that made his blood run cold. Harry James Potter, through maternal grandmother, Doria Black Potter. Status: heir presumptive by blood, unclaimed. Asterisk. He stared at the words, reading them over and over until they blurred. Heir presumptive. To the House of Black. It wasn't just Sirius's personal bequest. It was an ancient, magical right. The ledger wasn't just a record, it was a magical contract, bound to the blood of the family. And his name was in it, written decades before he was born. He remembered the stories. His mother, Lily Evans, was Muggle-born. But his father's mother was Doria Black. He'd always known he was distantly related to Sirius, but he'd assumed it was a loose, insignificant connection. He hadn't known it was formalized. He hadn't known it was this. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He was a Potter. That was who he was. That name was his identity, his father's legacy, the name that was shouted in the streets. But here, in the cold, silent depths of Grimmauld Place, another legacy was being pressed upon him. A legacy of pureblood arrogance, of dark magic, of families who disowned their sons for having different beliefs. He thought of Sirius, who had run away from all of this. Who had hated this house, this name, this suffocating purity. What would he want Harry to do? Walk away. Seal the vault and pretend he'd never seen the ledger. His gaze drifted from the book to a small, locked chest beside it. On instinct, he pointed his wand. The lock clicked open. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a heavy signet ring. It was made of a strange, dark silver that seemed to absorb the light. The crest of the House of Black was engraved upon it, sharp and clear. It hummed with a low, potent magic. Beside it lay a rolled parchment, sealed with the same crest. With trembling fingers, Harry broke the seal and unrolled it. It was a letter, written in a sharp, no-nonsense script. To the one who claims the blood in the vault. If you are reading this, the blood of the ancient and most noble House of Black runs true in your veins, and you have found your way past the wards that guard our deepest truth. This ledger is your birthright and your burden. It is the map of our influence, the record of our power, and the chain of our past. To be lord of this house is not merely to possess gold or lands. It is to inherit the debts we are owed, the promises we have made, and the wars we have fought. It is to stand accountable for the actions of every Black who came before you, for their triumphs and their sins are now woven into your blood. Asterisk. Use this knowledge wisely. The Ministry believes it governs the wizarding world. It is a young institution, an upstart servant that has forgotten its place. The true power, the old power, lies with the noble houses. We were the lawmakers before there was a ministry, the judges before there was a Wizengamot. We do not ask for power. We are power. It is our birthright. Asterisk. Do not wear the ring lightly. It will bind you to this legacy, body and soul. It will open doors and close others. It will make you enemies of those who fear the old ways, and allies of those who remember them. Asterisk. The choice, in the end, is always yours. That is the only true freedom of our blood. To choose our own path, even if that path is to walk away from all of this. Asterisk. The vaults of the House of Black await their true lord. Asterisk. Pollux Black, Patriarch, 1925. Harry read the letter twice, the words echoing in the profound silence. He looked from the heavy, demanding ring to the open ledger with his name in it. He wasn't just Harry Potter anymore. He was a possibility. He was an heir. He was a claim. He thought of the Dursleys, who feared and despised magic. He thought of Hogwarts, the only real home he'd ever known. He thought of Voldemort, who hunted him for a prophecy. And he thought of Sirius, who had died fighting that evil, who had escaped this very house to become a better man. Sirius had walked away from the black name and all its twisted purity. He had chosen his own family. But he had also come back, in the end. He had fought under his family's banner, in a way, using this house as a headquarters for the Order. He hadn't been able to escape it entirely. What would Sirius want? Harry closed his eyes, trying to picture his godfather's face, to hear his voice. He wouldn't want Harry to be ashamed of his blood, any more than he'd want him to be proud of it for the wrong reasons. It was just a fact. A piece of information. What mattered was what you did with it. He looked at the ledger again. The power it represented was immense. The influence, the wealth, the ancient contracts, it was a weapon. A weapon he could use. Not to build a pureblood empire, but to protect the people he loved. To fight a war that was coming. Dumbledore was powerful, but Dumbledore was one man, hunted by the Ministry, forced into the shadows. The Order was brave, but they were scattered, fighting a defensive war. What if there was another way? What if he could build a different kind of power base? One that was ancient, legal, and untouchable by the current Ministry. He thought of the coming school year, of the threats that awaited. Of the prophecy he still didn't fully understand. Of the dark shadow that was growing, stronger every day. He was just a boy. But this was something more. This was a foundation. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out and picked up the ring. It was cold, and for a moment, it felt like it was resisting him, its ancient magic judging him. Then, as his skin made full contact, a surge of warmth flooded through him. It wasn't unpleasant. It felt like a connection, like a thread of silver light tying him to the vault, to the house above, to every stone and secret. Within it, the wards of Grimmauld Place, which had always felt hostile and watchful, seemed to acknowledge him. They didn't welcome him, not yet, but they recognized his right to be there. He slipped the ring onto his index finger. It was slightly too big, but it felt right. It felt like a promise. Or a threat. He wasn't sure which, yet. He looked one last time at the ledger. He couldn't take it, it was too big, too fragile. But he had seen it. He knew. He gently closed the small chest, leaving the letter inside, and stood up. As he walked back through the dissolving stone door and began the long climb up the spiral stairs, the house seemed different. The creaks weren't just the groans of an old building, they were the murmurs of a sleeping giant, stirring at the return of its master. Mrs. Black's portrait felt less like a threat and more like a petulant child. He was part of the fabric of this place now. He emerged back into the narrow corridor behind the tapestry. The door of blackened oak was still there, but now it had a faintly visible handle, glowing with a soft, silver light that only he could see. His path was clear. He made his way back towards the kitchen, the sounds of his friends' laughter and Mrs. Weasley's scolding floating up the stairs. It felt like another world. A simpler world. He paused at the top of the kitchen stairs, the ring a secret weight on his finger. He could hide it, of course. He could pretend this afternoon had never happened. But he knew he wouldn't. The choice Pollux Black had written about wasn't really a choice at all. Not for him. He couldn't walk away from power that could protect the people he loved any more than he could walk away from a friend in danger. The risks be damned. He took a deep breath, pushed open the kitchen door, and stepped back into the noise and warmth. Ron looked up from a moldy cushion he was trying to salvage. "Where've you been, Harry? Mum's about to do another count." "Just exploring," Harry said, his voice calm. He kept his left hand, the one with the ring, in his pocket. "Found some old rooms." Hermione, her face smudged with dirt, gave him a sharp look. She always knew when he was hiding something. "Anything interesting?" she asked, a note of suspicion in her voice. Harry met her eyes. "Maybe," he said, and for the first time since Sirius's death, a flicker of something other than grief stirred in his chest. It was a cold, determined fire. "I'll tell you about it later." He sat down beside Ron and picked up a can of black polish, his movements automatic. But his mind was 1,000 miles away, deep in the vault beneath Grimmauld Place, staring at his name in an ancient book. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But he was something else now, too. A seed had been planted in the dark, and he had a feeling that when it grew, it would change everything. The question was, would he be able to control what bloomed? Chapter 2, The Ritual of Recognition. 3 days had passed since Harry found the vault, and the ring had never left his finger. He'd taken to wearing it on a chain around his neck, hidden beneath his shirt, during the day when the others were around. But at night, in the eerie quiet of the room he shared with Ron, he would take it out and turn it over and over in his hands, feeling the weight of it, the strange pulse of magic that seemed to beat in time with his heart. The house had changed. Or perhaps he had changed, and the house was simply responding. He noticed things now that he hadn't before, the way the dust seemed to avoid him, settling in corners but never on his clothes. The way creatures muttering would stop abruptly when Harry entered a room, the house elf's bulbous eyes tracking him with a new, calculating wariness. The way the portraits of long-dead blacks would sometimes turn their painted heads as he passed, their eyes following him with cold curiosity. Ron hadn't noticed. Ron was too busy complaining about the doxies. But Hermione had noticed. He caught her watching him at meals, her brow furrowed in that way that meant she was assembling facts into theories. She hadn't pressed him yet, but he knew it was only a matter of time. Tonight, the house was quieter than usual. The Weasleys had gone to Diagon Alley for supplies, and Hermione had buried herself in a book about house elf rights in the library. Harry had pleaded a headache and retreated to the drawing room on the first floor, the one without the trolls. It was called the Ancestral Drawing Room, according to a brass plaque on the door. He'd never bothered to go inside before. Now, he stood in the doorway, his wand lit, taking in the space for the first time. The room was vast, running the entire length of the house. The ceiling was lost in shadow, but occasional glimpses of painted stars flickered in his wand light. The enchanted firmament, he realized, showing the night sky as it had looked when the house was built. The walls were lined with dark wood panels, each one carved with scenes from wizarding history. Battles against giants, the founding of Hogwarts, a hooded figure passing through a stone archway, death, he realized with a shiver. But it was the far wall that drew his attention. It was covered, floor to ceiling, with an enormous tapestry. The Black Family Tree. He walked toward it slowly, his footsteps echoing on the bare stone floor. The tapestry was old, centuries old, by the look of it. The threads were dark with age, but the names were still legible, embroidered in silver and gold. He saw the names from the ledger, stretching back in an unbroken line to a name at the very top, Arctius Black, 1066. Asterisk. His eyes traveled down through the centuries. Generation after generation of blacks, their branches spreading, merging with other ancient families. He saw the names he knew, Pollux, who had written the letter. Cygnus. Druella. And then, in the section closest to the present, the names that Sirius had told him about. Bellatrix Black M. Rodolphus Lestrange. The thread beneath her name was dark, as if stained with something foul. Narcissa Black M. Lucius Malfoy. Andromeda Black. Her name was burned away entirely, a blackened scar in the tapestry where it had been seared off by magic. Beside it, Ted Tonks was simply not there. He hadn't merited inclusion. And then, lower still, Sirius Black. His name, too, was burned. A jagged hole that Harry could have put his fist through marked where his godfather's face should have been. His chest tightened. They had burned him off. Erased him like he'd never existed, just for refusing to be like them. But below Sirius's scorched remains, almost hidden in the shadow of the burn, was a name that hadn't been destroyed. A name written in a slightly different shade of silver thread, as if added later, by hand. Doria Black M. Charles Potter. Asterisk. And beneath that, smaller, almost an afterthought, issue, Fleemont Potter. Issue, James Potter. Asterisk. And there, at the very bottom, attached by a single silver thread that seemed to pulse with faint light, Harry James Potter. Asterisk. His name, on the Black Family tapestry. The thread connecting him to James was bright, but it wasn't the only connection. Another thread, thinner but no less real, connected him directly to the main black line through Doria. It was a claim of blood, woven into the very fabric of this room. He reached out to touch his name, and the moment his finger made contact, the world shifted. The room dissolved. He was standing in darkness, but not empty darkness, a darkness thick with presence, with the weight of watching eyes. And then, one by one, lights began to appear. Candles, floating in the void, each one illuminating a face. The faces of blacks. Hundreds of them, stretching back 1,000 years. They surrounded him in a silent gallery, their painted eyes from the portraits now living, watching, judging. A voice spoke, ancient and dry as dust. Not from any one direction, but from everywhere at once. Blood calls to blood. One seeks recognition. Asterisk. Harry's hand went to his wand, but he didn't draw it. He had the strangest feeling that drawing his wand here would be seen as an act of war. Another voice, female this time, cold as winter frost. He carries the taint of Muggle birth through the Evans line. His mother was dirt. Asterisk. His father was blood. Asterisk. A third voice countered, this one deep and commanding. The Potter line is ancient. Worthy. Endoria was my daughter. Asterisk. Harry turned, trying to find the speakers, but the faces all looked the same, pale, aristocratic, with the high cheekbones and dark hair that Sirius had worn so well. He is not of the house. Asterisk. A fourth voice spat. He was raised by Muggles. He knows nothing of our ways. He is a half-blood pretender. Asterisk. He carries the ring, the first voice said. He found the vault. The blood recognizes him, even if you do not. Asterisk. The faces began to press closer, their candlelight flickering, their eyes burning with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. He felt like he was being dissected, every drop of his blood analyzed, every secret of his heart exposed. Let him prove it, the cold female voice said. Let him perform the ritual of recognition. If the old magic accepts him, then he is ours. If it rejects him, she trailed off, but the implication was clear. He is a child, the deep voice, Doria's father, protested. The ritual has not been performed in 3 centuries. It requires blood and will, the first voice interrupted. Nothing more, nothing less. If he is worthy, he will survive. If he is not. Asterisk. Harry found his voice. It came out stronger than he felt. If I'm not what? The faces turned to him as one, and for a moment, the silence was absolute. Then you will be burned from the tapestry, the first voice said calmly, as Andromeda was burned. As Sirius was burned. And the house will forget you ever existed. Asterisk. Harry thought of the blackened scars on the tapestry. Andromeda, who had married a Muggle born and been erased. Sirius, who had run away and been obliterated. They had been strong, brave people, and the house had tried to destroy them. Andromeda had lost her daughter to the war. Sirius had lost his life. The house hadn't cared. But they had survived, in their own way. They had lived true to themselves. And now, their blood was his blood. Their choices were his inheritance. He thought of Sirius, trapped in this house as a boy, suffocating under the weight of its expectations. He thought of how Sirius had escaped, had become something better. And he thought of how Sirius had come back, in the end, to fight. Not for the house, but for what was right. Tell me what I have to do, Harry said. The faces rippled, a murmur passing through them like wind through leaves. Was that approval? Disapproval? He couldn't tell. Stand in the center of the room, the first voice instructed. Beneath the star. Asterisk. Harry looked down. The stone floor beneath him was carved with an intricate pattern, constellations, he realized, picked out in silver inlay. And at the very center, directly beneath the highest point of the painted ceiling, was a single 8-pointed star. He walked to it and stood on the point where all the lines converged. Draw your wand. Speak your true name, not the name they gave you, not the name of your fame. Your true name, the name written in your blood. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. His true name. What was that? Harry Potter. That was the name the world knew, the name on his birth certificate, the name the Dursleys had given him along with a cupboard under the stairs. But here, in this place of ancient magic, that name felt thin. Incomplete. He thought of his mother, who had died for him. Her name was Lily, and she had been brave and good. He thought of his father, who had stood against Voldemort 3 times. His name was James, and he had been loyal to the end. He thought of Sirius, who had loved him like a son. His name was Sirius Black, and he had been the best of them all. But that wasn't his name. That was their names. He opened his mouth, and the words that came out surprised him. I am the son of Lily Evans, who was born of Muggle blood and died a witch. I am the son of James Potter, who was born of ancient blood and died a warrior. I am the godson of Sirius Black, who was born of this house and died free of it. I am Harry. Just Harry. And I claim this blood, not because I want your name, but because it is mine by right. For a long moment, nothing happened. The faces watched, their expressions unreadable. The candles flickered. Then the star beneath his feet began to glow. It started as a faint silver light, barely visible, then grew brighter and brighter until Harry had to shield his eyes. The light spread outward along the carved lines of the floor, filling the constellations, until the entire room was ablaze with cold, silver fire. It climbed the walls, raced up the tapestry, and then the tapestry ignited. Harry stumbled back, but the fire wasn't hot. It was cold, colder than the vault, cold as the space between stars. It raced along the threads, consuming names, burning away branches. He watched as Bellatrix's name flared and blackened, the thread connecting her to the main line snapping with an audible crack. Narcissa's name followed, then Lucius Malfoy's, though that one burned with a greenish tinge, as if resisting. Andromeda's scarred remains flared once, then settled, the fire leaving them untouched. Not healing, but acknowledging. The fire reached Sirius's burned hole and paused. The flames licked at the edges, and Harry held his breath. Then, impossibly, the fire began to weave. New threads appeared, silver and bright, spinning out from the main line and crossing the void. They connected to Sirius's name, not burning it away, but incorporating the scar into the tapestry. Sirius wasn't restored, the damage remained, but he was no longer severed. He was part of the house again, scar and all. The fire continued, racing down through Doria, through Charles, through Fleemont and James, until it reached Harry's name at the bottom. There, it stopped. And then it burned. Harry cried out as the silver fire touched him, not physically, but spiritually. He felt it in his blood, in his bones, in the very core of his being. It was purging something, he realized. Burning away the parts of him that didn't belong, the doubts, the fears, the weight of the Dursleys, cruelty. It left behind something raw and new and terribly, terribly exposed. In the void, the faces began to fade, one by one. But as they disappeared, they spoke. The blood accepts. Asterisk. The heir is recognized. Asterisk. The House of Black endures. Asterisk. The cold female voice was last. When she spoke, there was something almost like respect in her tone. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. Perhaps that is not a weakness. Asterisk. Then she, too, was gone, and Harry was alone in the darkness. He opened his eyes. He was standing in the ancestral drawing room, exactly where he'd been before. But everything had changed. The tapestry no longer hung dark and faded on the wall. It blazed with new life, the silver threads gleaming, the gold threads shining. The burned branches remained, he could see the scars where Bellatrix and Narcissa had been, but the rest of the tree was vibrant, alive. And at the bottom, his name glittered like a newly forged star. A sound behind him made him turn. Creature stood in the doorway, his bat-like eyes wide, his mouth hanging open. For the first time since Harry had met him, the house elf looked not angry, not mutinous, but awestruck. Creature felt the magic, the elf whispered, his voice trembling. All the way in the kitchen, Creature felt it. The old magic. The binding magic. He took a shuffling step forward, his eyes fixed on Harry. The house knows its master now. Creature knows. Harry looked at the elf, this creature who had served the Blacks for generations, who had hated Sirius, who had muttered curses at Harry and his friends. There was no hatred in those eyes now. There was something else. Something that looked terribly like hope. Creature, Harry said slowly, whose elf are you? Creature straightened, his thin shoulders squaring. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, with a crack that echoed through the room, he dropped to his knees and pressed his forehead to the cold stone floor. Creature is the elf of the House of Black, he said, his voice thick with ancient ritual. And Creature recognizes his master. Harry James Potter, heir of the ancient and most noble house, Lord of the 12 Vaults, Keeper of the Grim. Creature lives to serve. Creature dies to serve. Harry felt the shift. It was like a thread being tied, a bond forming. He could feel Creature now, a small, ancient presence at the edge of his consciousness. The elf's loyalty, which had been locked away since Sirius's mother died, was now offered to him. Not because he demanded it, but because the magic had chosen. Get up, Creature, Harry said quietly. Creature rose, his eyes still fixed on Harry with that new, shining devotion. The house, Harry said. What happens now? Creature's wizened face split into something that might have been a smile. The house wakes, master. The wards that have slept since Mistress Walburga passed, they wake. The protections that guarded the blacks for 1,000 years, they stir. No enemy may enter now without master's leave. No magic may touch these walls that master does not permit. He paused, then added, the other houses will feel it. The ancient houses. They will know that the House of Black has a lord again. Harry absorbed this. The other houses. The Malfoys. The Knotts. The Parkinsons. They would feel this. They would know that a Potter, a half-blood, a child, had claimed one of the oldest and darkest names in Wizarding Britain. Let them know, he said, and was surprised by the steel in his own voice. Creature bowed low. Is there anything Creature can bring master? Anything Creature can do? Harry looked around the transformed room, at the blazing tapestry, at the painted stars overhead, at the ancient magic that now recognized him as its keeper. He thought of the coming war, of the prophecy, of the friends who would stand with him. And he thought of the power he now held, the power to protect them. Bring me the family grimoire, he said. The one with the old laws. I have studying to do. Creature vanished with a crack, and Harry was alone again. He walked to the tapestry and touched his name, still warm from the silver fire. The thread pulsed under his fingers, a heartbeat of magic that connected him to 1,000 years of history. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived in a cupboard, the boy who fought basilisks and dementors. He was Harry Potter, heir of Black. And the game had only just begun. Through the window, he saw the sun setting over London, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. But here, in the ancestral drawing room, the painted stars above him were beginning to shine with their own cold, eternal light. They had waited a long time for a master. They would wait no longer. When Creature returned with the massive, leather-bound grimoire, Harry took it and settled into a high-backed chair that had once belonged to Arceus Black himself. The house creaked around him, but it was no longer the creak of decay. It was the creak of life, of awakening, of power. He opened the book and began to read. And somewhere in the depths of the house, in the vaults and hidden chambers, ancient magic stirred in its sleep, dreaming of the new lord who had finally come home. Chapter 3, The Name Reclaimed. The morning light filtered through the dusty windows of Grimmauld Place, casting long shadows across the kitchen table where Harry sat alone. 3 weeks had passed since the ritual of recognition, and the house had transformed around him in ways both subtle and profound. The dust still gathered, but it seemed more like a habit than a necessity now. The house was merely waiting to see what its new master preferred. The screaming portrait of Mrs. Black remained silent behind her curtains, though Harry sometimes caught a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye, as if she were watching him through the velvet. He was studying. The grimoire Creature had brought him was only the first of many. Ancient texts on wizarding law, on blood rights, on the protocols of the noble houses, they filled his room now, stacked in precarious towers that Ron complained about but never moved. Hermione had stopped asking questions and started reading over his shoulder, her curiosity eventually overpowering her restraint. This is fascinating, she'd said 2 nights ago, her finger tracing a passage about the Wizengamot's original charter. Did you know the ministry was originally just an administrative body? The noble houses held all the real power until the International Statute of Secrecy forced them to consolidate. Harry had known. He knew a lot of things now that he hadn't 3 weeks ago. Today, however, was different. Today, he had made a decision. He finished his tea, brewed by Creature without a single insult, which was still unsettling, and stood. The ring on his finger caught the light, the black crest gleaming. He'd stopped hiding it. Ron had noticed eventually, of course, and Hermione had demanded the full story. They'd taken it better than he'd expected. Ron had clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Blimey, Harry, does this mean you're rich?" Hermione had looked worried, but she'd also started cross-referencing the grimoire with her own books within the hour. He found them in the library, Ron attempting to clean a collection of skulls while Hermione took notes from a crumbling volume on house elf lineage. "I need to go to the ministry," Harry said. Both of them looked up. Ron's expression shifted from surprise to alarm. "The ministry? Why? You're not in trouble, are you?" "No more than usual." Harry pulled out a chair and sat across from them. "I need to file paperwork. Officially claim the Black name." Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry, that's a big step. You realize what that means? You'd be a lord. A real one, with a seat in the Wizengamot when you come of age. Possibly even sooner, if you petition for an emancipation hearing." "I know. Do you?" She set down her quill, her expression serious. This isn't just about money or status. The noble houses have obligations. Ancient ones. You'd be bound by codes of conduct that predate the ministry. You'd have responsibilities to your vassals. My vassals. Harry raised an eyebrow. The families sworn to the House of Black. They still exist, even if they've been dormant. The Bulstrodes, the Macmillans, even some branches of the Weasleys, technically, through distant connections. She glanced at Ron. Pure-blood families are all interrelated if you go back far enough. Ron looked uncomfortable. So Harry would be, what? My liege lord or something? No, Harry said firmly. That's not how it works. Not with me. He leaned forward. That's exactly why I need to do this. The old families, the ones who've stayed neutral or even supported the ministry because they had no other option, they need someone to rally behind. Someone who isn't Voldemort, but who also isn't Dumbledore. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione pressed her lips together but didn't object. Voldemort is courting the pure bloods, Harry continued. He's offering them power, a return to the old ways. Dumbledore offers them, what? Resistance. Sacrifice. That's not going to win over the families who just want to survive. He touched the ring on his finger. But this, the black name, it's neutral ground. Sirius was disowned, but he was still a black. The house remembers him now, scar and all. It remembers that not all blacks were dark. If I can claim that legacy, if I can show them that the old ways don't have to mean the old cruelties. You want to build a third faction, Hermione breathed. Not the Order, not the Death Eaters. Something in between. Something that can protect people, Harry corrected. The Order fights, but they're always reacting. The Death Eaters attack, and the Order responds. What if there was a power base that could say, this far, and no further? A neutral ground that both sides would think twice before violating. Ron whistled lowly. That's actually brilliant, Harry. But the ministry, they're not going to like it. They barely tolerate the old families as it is. I know. Harry stood. Which is why I need to file the claim properly. By the book. Leave them no legal grounds to challenge me. Hermione was already on her feet, gathering her things. I'm coming with you. You'll need someone who understands the paperwork. Ron hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, me too. Someone's got to watch your back in that place. Harry felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. Thanks. Both of you. Creature appeared with a crack, his eyes gleaming. Master is going to the ministry. Creature will prepare the formal robes. The House of Black must be presented properly. Harry opened his mouth to object, then closed it. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it right. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was as bustling as ever when they stepped out of the fireplace an hour later. Harry, resplendent in formal robes of deep green trimmed with silver, the black family colors, Creature had insisted, drew more than a few stares. The robes were old, but immaculately preserved, and they fit him as if tailored yesterday. The black crest was embroidered over his heart, and the ring on his finger seemed to pulse with its own light in the enchanted glow of the atrium. Ron, in his best robes, and Hermione, in a crisp set she'd transfigured that morning, flanked him like bodyguards. Registry office is on level 3, Hermione murmured, consulting a map she'd memorized. Family records and lineage. We'll need to request the Black family file and submit the claim form. They made their way through the crowds, Harry acutely aware of the eyes following them. Whispers trailed in their wake like smoke. Is that Harry Potter? What's he wearing? Is that the Black crest? A young witch at the information desk nearly dropped her quill when Harry approached. I mean, how may I help you? Family records and lineage, Harry said calmly. We have business to conduct. The witch directed them to the lifts, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. As they ascended, Ron leaned close. You know this is going to be all over the Prophet by lunchtime. I'm counting on it. The family records office was a small, cluttered space on level 3, filled with filing cabinets that stretched to the ceiling and floated in midair. A wizened old wizard with tufts of white hair sat at the only desk, peering at them over spectacles that magnified his eyes to alarming proportions. Yes, what is it? I'm busy. Harry stepped forward. I'm here to file a claim of inheritance for the House of Black. The old wizard's magnified eyes somehow grew even larger. He stared at Harry for a long moment, then at his robes, then at the ring on his finger. When he spoke, his voice had lost its irritable edge. You'd better come in. He led them through the maze of filing cabinets to a private reading room, where he instructed them to wait. 20 minutes later, during which Hermione paced and Ron examined a stuffed troll foot mounted on the wall, the wizard returned with a file so thick it required 2 hands to carry. This is the Black family file, he said, setting it down with a thump. Unofficial, of course. The official records are with the Wizengamot. But this contains all the lineage documentation, marriage contracts, inheritance proceedings. He trailed off, looking at Harry with open curiosity. You're Sirius Black's godson, aren't you? The one who, he stopped, apparently remembering that Sirius's death was still a fresh wound. I am, Harry said. And I'm here to claim what's mine by blood. The wizard, his nameplate read, Amos Pruitt, records keeper, nodded slowly. You understand the procedure. You'll need to provide proof of lineage. The Black line is well documented, but there were complications. Disownments. Sirius Black himself was disowned, which complicates inheritance through him. I'm not claiming through Sirius. Harry pulled a roll of parchment from his robes, a copy of the relevant pages from the Black family ledger, painstakingly reproduced by Hermione. I'm claiming through Doria Black Potter, my paternal grandmother. Her place in the lineage is uncontested. Pruitt took the parchment, his eyes scanning the copied text. His expression shifted from curiosity to surprise to something approaching awe. This is from the family vault. The inner vault. It is. Do you have any idea how old this is? How binding? Pruitt's voice had dropped to a reverent whisper. The ministry doesn't keep records like this. This is blood magic. This is older than the ministry itself. I know. Pruitt looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. Then the old wizard nodded. Wait here. I need to fetch the claim forms. And I need to inform the department head. Protocol, you understand. He scurried out, leaving them alone with the massive file. Hermione was already reaching for it. This is incredible. Look at these dates. The Black family has been documented continuously since 1066. That's older than most European noble houses. Ron was less impressed. Does all this mean we're going to be here all day? Probably, Harry said, but he was smiling. 3 hours later, Harry's hand was cramping from signing documents, and they had accumulated an audience. The department head, a severe-looking witch named Madame Edgecombe, had arrived within the first hour, followed by various underlings, a representative from the Wizengamot administration, and, most troublingly, a tall, blond man in impeccable robes who had done nothing but stand in the corner and watch. Lucius Malfoy. He hadn't spoken. He hadn't approached. He'd simply appeared about an hour into the proceedings and taken up a position against the wall, his cold gray eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the back of Harry's neck prickle. He's here to observe, Hermione whispered. Probably to report back to the other families. This is big, Harry. Bigger than I thought. Harry kept signing. The final document was the most important, the formal declaration of heirship. It stated, in dense legal language, that Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Ann Evans, grandson of Doria Black Potter, was the sole surviving heir of the ancient and most noble House of Black, and as such was entitled to all rights, privileges, properties, and titles pertaining thereto. Before you sign, Madame Edgecombe said, her voice carefully neutral, you should understand the implications. This is not merely a financial matter. The head of the House of Black holds a seat on the Wizengamot. While you are underage, that seat would be held in trust, but it would still exist. The House of Black has been dormant for nearly a decade. Its revival will have political consequences. Harry met her eyes. I understand. Do you? The last Lord Black was Arcturus Black, Sirius's grandfather. He was a traditionalist. He opposed Muggle-born integration. He voted against the repeal of archaic blood status laws. By claiming this title, you inherit not just his wealth, but his political history. People will assume. People can assume what they like. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. I'm not Arcturus Black. I'm not Walburga Black. I'm not even Sirius Black, though I loved him. I'm Harry Potter. And I'm claiming this name because it's mine by right, not because I agree with everything my ancestors believed. A murmur ran through the assembled officials. Madame Edgecombe's expression flickered, surprise. Respect. It was hard to tell. Lucius Malfoy, in his corner, smiled thinly. It was not a pleasant smile. Very well, Madam Edgecombe said. Sign here, and initial here. The claim will be registered with the Wizengamot within 72 hours. After that, it becomes public record. Harry signed. As the quill scratched across the parchment, he felt it, a pulse of magic, deep and profound, that seemed to emanate from the document itself. The ring on his finger flared with heat, then settled into a warm, constant presence. Across the room, Lucius Malfoy's smile vanished, replaced by something that might have been shock. What was that? Ron asked, looking around. The blood recognition, Hermione breathed. The Ministry's magic just confirmed the claim. It's done. Harry is officially Lord Black. Pruitt was beaming. Madam Edgecombe looked like she'd swallowed something sour. And Lucius Malfoy was already moving toward the door, his robe swirling behind him. Malfoy, Harry called. The blond man stopped but didn't turn. Tell your master, Harry said quietly, that the House of Black is no longer dormant. And it will not be bending the knee. For a long moment, Malfoy didn't move. Then, without a word, he continued out the door. The silence in the room was absolute. Well, Ron said finally, his voice slightly strangled, I think that went well. They emerged from the Ministry into a grey London afternoon, the weight of what had just happened settling over them like a cloak. Harry felt different. Lighter, somehow, but also more grounded. The ring was warm on his finger, and he could feel something. Connections, maybe. Threads of magic stretching out from him toward places he couldn't see. The other properties, he murmured. Hermione looked at him sharply. What? The Black family properties. There are 12 of them, according to the ledger. I can feel them. Just at the edge of my awareness. Like they're waking up. Ron's eyes were wide. You can feel them. From here. Harry nodded slowly. The wards. They're reactivating. Creature said they would. As if summoned by the thought, a crack sounded beside them, and Creature appeared in a narrow alley. His eyes were shining with something that looked terrifyingly like tears. Master. The elf croaked. Master, they're waking. All of them. The townhouse in Wiltshire, the manor in Dorset, the cottage in Wales, Creature can feel them. After all these years, they're waking. Harry felt a smile tugging at his lips, the first genuine smile in days. Good. Let them wake. He looked up at the grey sky, at the Ministry building behind them, at the city spread out before him. Somewhere out there, in manors and cottages and townhouses across Britain, ancient magic was stirring. Ancient magic that now answered to him. What now? Ron asked. Harry considered the question. There was so much to do. So much to learn. The grimoire, the laws, the families who would now be looking to him for leadership. The war that was coming. The prophecy that hung over his head like a sword. But for now, for this one moment, he let himself simply feel it. The weight of the name. The warmth of the ring. The presence of his friends beside him. Now, he said, we go home. And we start planning. They disapparated together, leaving the Ministry behind. But as they vanished, Harry caught a glimpse of the evening edition of the Daily Prophet, already being hawked on the corner. The headline was impossible to miss. Harry Potter claims black inheritance. Boy Who lived becomes Lord Black. Below it, a moving photograph showed him signing the documents in the Ministry, his expression serious, the black crest gleaming on his chest. The word was out. There was no going back now. And somewhere, in the depths of the Black family vaults, in the ancient wards of 12 properties across Britain, in the hearts of noble families who had waited decades for a leader, the magic of the House of Black settled into its new purpose. Its lord had come home at last. Chapter 4, The Code of Nobility. The library at Grimmauld Place had become Harry's second bedroom. Stacked with texts Creature had retrieved from various Black properties, some so old their bindings crumbled at a touch. The room now served as command central for what Hermione had taken to calling Harry's crash course in being a medieval warlord. 3 weeks had passed since the Ministry filing, and the initial storm of publicity had faded to a steady drizzle of speculation. The Daily Prophet ran at least one article a week about the boy who lived, Lord who would be, alternately praising his initiative and warning of the dangers of concentrated pure-blood power. Rita Skeeter had attempted to interview him twice. Both times, Creature had hexed her away from the front door with impressive accuracy. But Harry barely noticed the papers anymore. He was too deep in the books. Tonight, Like most knights, he sat hunched over a massive volume titled Asterisk, concerning the rights and privileges of the ancient and most noble houses of magical Britain, being a complete history of governance from the time of King Arthur to the present day. The book was nearly as large as the table it rested on, its pages yellowed and crackling, its margins filled with annotations in a dozen different hands across 5 centuries. Hermione sat across from him, similarly buried in a companion text about Wizengamot procedure. Ron had lasted an hour before fleeing to the kitchen to help Mrs. Weasley with dinner, muttering something about more important things, like food. "Listen to this," Hermione said, pushing her hair back from her face. Before the Ministry of Magic was formally established in 1707, magical Britain was governed by the Council of Nobles. 12 families originally, the oldest and most powerful, who held absolute authority over their territories. They could pass laws, levy taxes, even declare war on each other, though apparently that got messy. The Blacks were one of the 12. Harry asked, not looking up from his own passage. One of the founding families, yes. Along with the Malfoys, the Knotts, the Potters, she paused, glancing at him. Your family was on the council too, Harry. The Potters were considered a minor noble house until the 16th century, when they gained prominence for developing Sleekeazy's potion and funding the expansion of St. Mungo's. Harry filed that away, adding it to the growing picture of a world he'd never known existed. The Potters had been more than just his father's name. They'd had history, influence, a place in this ancient hierarchy. The ministry was created to standardize law across all of Britain, Hermione continued. The International Statute of Secrecy meant wizards needed to present a unified front to the Muggle world. The Council of Nobles was disbanded, and the Wizengamot was created as a compromise. The nobles kept their seats and some authority, but ultimate power shifted to the minister and the various departments. Harry looked up. So the ministry was supposed to be an administrator, not a ruler. Exactly. But over the centuries, the ministries have slowly accumulated more and more power. Emergency decrees, wartime powers, bureaucratic expansion, it's the same pattern in any government. She tapped the page. The key is that the original charters were never formally revoked. They've just been forgotten, ignored, buried under centuries of new legislation. Harry's heart beat faster. This was what he'd been searching for, the legal foundation, the ancient precedent. So if I could prove that ministry laws conflict with the original charters, you could challenge them. Not easily, and not without pushback, but the challenge would have legal standing. Hermione's eyes were bright with the thrill of discovery. The old families have rights the ministry has been trampling on for centuries. They just haven't had anyone willing to fight for those rights. Anyone with the legal knowledge, the political will, and, she hesitated. And the name, Harry finished. The Black name, she nodded slowly. The Blacks were one of the most powerful families. They had privileges others didn't, the right to trial by combat in certain disputes, the authority to grant sanctuary to fugitives, even the power of summary judgment within their own territories. If you can claim those privileges, if you can prove they were never legally revoked. Harry leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The painted stars above him, the same enchanted firmament from the ancestral drawing room, twinkled faintly in the candlelight. He thought of Sirius, trapped in this house, hating everything it stood for. Would he approve of what Harry was doing? Would he understand that this wasn't about embracing the old bigotries, but about using the old power to protect against new threats? Show me the original charter, he said. Hermione flipped through her book, finding a page with a reproduction of an ancient document. The text was in Latin, with a crude translation written below in cramped script. Harry leaned forward, squinting at the words. We, the undersigned lords and ladies of the ancient and most noble houses, being sovereign in our own lands and answerable only to the crown of magic itself, do hereby establish this council for the purpose of mutual defense and common law. Nothing herein shall be construed as surrendering our sovereign rights, nor shall any future body claim authority over us save that which we freely grant. These rights are inherent, inalienable, and bound to our bloodlines until the last magic fades from Britain. Asterisk. Inherent and inalienable, Harry murmured. They thought their rights couldn't be taken away. The ministry thinks differently, Hermione said. But the ministry has never tested this particular argument. Why would they? The old families were either allied with them or too weak to challenge them. Until now. Harry turned the page, finding a list of specific rights and privileges. Some were mundane: the right to hunt on certain lands, the right to collect taxes from tenant families. Others were more significant: the right to seat representatives in the Wizengamot, the right to veto legislation affecting noble interests, the right to invoke ancient magical rights that superseded common law. And then, buried near the bottom, a passage that made his breath catch. In times of crisis, when the ministry proves unable or unwilling to protect the magical community, the Council of Nobles may convene in extraordinary session and assume such powers as are necessary for the common defense. Such assumption of authority shall be binding on all magical persons within British territory and shall remain in effect until the crisis is resolved by vote of the Council. That's it, he whispered. That's the loophole. Hermione leaned over, reading the passage. Her eyes widened. Harry, that's basically a provision for noble rule. If you could convince enough families that the ministry is failing to protect them. Voldemort. Harry's voice was flat. He's already proving the ministry can't protect anyone. They're in denial, covering up attacks, arresting innocents. The Death Eaters are winning, and the ministry won't even admit there's a war. But to invoke this, you'd need the council. The old Council of Nobles. It hasn't convened in nearly 300 years. Then we convene it. Harry stood, pacing the length of the library. The ring on his finger burned warm, as if responding to his excitement. The Black family has the right to call a gathering of noble houses. It's in the charter: any founding family can request a convocation. Hermione was already flipping pages, searching for confirmation. Here, Article 7. Any founding house may petition for a council meeting, and such petition shall be honored within 30 days, provided the petitioner can demonstrate just cause. She looked up. What's your just cause? Harry met her eyes. The same cause the council was created for in the first place. Mutual defense. The ministry is failing. The Death Eaters are growing stronger. The old families are being picked off one by one: the Bones, the McKinnons, the Pruitts. If we don't unite, we'll fall separately. That's actually logical. Hermione sounded almost surprised. But Harry, the families that are left, many of them are neutral at best. Some are sympathetic to Voldemort. Calling them together could be dangerous. Or it could be the only chance we have. He stopped pacing, facing her. The Order fights, but they're outnumbered. Dumbledore is brilliant, but he's one man, and the ministry has made him a fugitive. We need something else. Something the old families will respect because it comes from within their own world. The old ways, Hermione said quietly. The old laws. The old power structures. He touched the ring on his finger. I didn't ask for this, Hermione. But I have it now. And I'm not going to waste it. The next morning, Harry summoned Creature. The elf appeared with his usual crack, his eyes gleaming with devotion that Harry still found unsettling. Master calls. I need information. Harry sat at the kitchen table, a piece of parchment spread before him. The noble families, the ones who still exist, still have their seats. I need to know who they are, where they stand, and whether they'd be willing to talk. Creature's wizened face contorted with an emotion Harry couldn't identify. Master wishes to know about the families. The old families. Yes. Especially the ones who've stayed neutral. The ones who aren't Death Eaters but also aren't fighting with the Order. For a long moment, Creature was silent. Then, slowly, he began to speak. There are 23 noble houses still recognized by the Wizengamot, he said, his voice taking on a formal cadence. Of these, 7 are openly allied with the Dark Lord: the Malfoys, the Knotts, the Crobs, the Goyles, the Parkinsons, the Bulstrodes, and the Averys. 4 are aligned with the Order: the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, the Bones, and the Abbotts. The rest, he spread his knobby hands. The rest wait. They watch. They remember the old ways, but they fear the new war. The ones in the middle, Harry said. That's who I need to reach. Creature nodded slowly. The Greengrasses, the Pottles, the Macmillans, the Follies, the Ollivanders, the Flints, the Selwyns, the Carrows. He stopped, his expression darkening. The Carrows are trouble, Master. They smile at everyone and serve no one but themselves. I've heard. Harry had read about the Carrows in the Grimoire, a family known for shifting allegiances, for surviving through treachery. Who else? The Dagworth Grangers. They're unusual. A family of healers and scholars. They don't involve themselves in politics. Creature paused, then added, they share a name with Master's friend, the Muggle-born witch. It is coincidental. Hermione had mentioned that once, Harry remembered. She'd found a reference to a Hector Dagworth Granger, founder of the most extraordinary society of potioneers. A distant relative, possibly. Another thread connecting her to this world she'd entered. What about the Potters? Harry asked. The family. Are they still considered a noble house? Creature's eyes widened. Master does not know. The Potter family has been dormant since Master's grandparents passed. The title passed to Master's father, and then to Master, but it was never formally claimed. Master is, technically, Lord Potter as well as Lord Black. Harry stared at him. 2 titles. 2 seats on the Wizengamot. 2 votes in any future council. Creature, he said slowly, why didn't you tell me this before? Master did not ask. The elf's tone was perfectly neutral, but there was something in his eyes, a glint of satisfaction, perhaps, at providing useful information. The Potter family is old, Master. Not as old as the Blacks, but respected. They were known for their wealth, their skill with potions, and their unusual tolerance for Muggle-borns and half-bloods. He said the last words with a faint distaste, as if the concept still offended him despite his new loyalty. Harry let it pass. Creature was trying. That would have to be enough for now. Show me, he said. Everything you know about both houses. Their alliances, their enemies, their debts and obligations. Everything. Creature bowed low. As Master commands. 3 days later, Harry had a list. 23 families, categorized by allegiance, wealth, and potential willingness to talk. He'd spent hours with Creature, cross-referencing information from the grimoire, from Hermione's books, even from old copies of the Prophet. The picture that emerged was complex, a web of marriages, feuds, debts, and alliances that stretched back centuries. The Greengrasses interested him most. An ancient family, wealthy and respected, they'd managed to stay completely neutral through both wars. Lord Greengrass had 2 daughters, Daphne, Harry's age, and Astoria, a few years younger. They kept to themselves, cultivated their lands, and paid lip service to whoever held power at the moment. I need to meet him, Harry told Hermione. Lord Greengrass. If I can bring him on board, others will follow. How? Ron asked from the corner, where he was pretending to clean a silver goblet but actually listening intently. You can't just knock on his door and ask him to join your secret council. Actually, Harry said, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione looked thoughtful. It's not as crazy as it sounds, she said slowly. The old families have protocols for this sort of thing. Formal requests for audience, letters of introduction, offers of guest rights. If Harry approaches Greengrass through the proper channels, using his title and following the old customs, Greengrass would be honor-bound to at least hear him out. And if he refuses, then he refuses. But he can't claim Harry breached etiquette or disrespected his house. That's important. These families care enormously about appearances. Harry was already writing. He'd drafted the letter a dozen times in his head, and now the words flowed onto the parchment with surprising ease. To Lord Theodore Greengrass, head of the ancient and most noble house of Greengrass. I, Harry James Potter, Lord Black and heir to the House of Potter, do hereby request the honor of an audience at your earliest convenience. Matters of mutual interest to the old families require discussion, and I value the wisdom and counsel of your ancient house above many others. Asterisk. I come not as a supplicant, nor as a challenger, but as one who seeks to understand and preserve the traditions that have safeguarded our world for centuries. If you will receive me, I will present myself at your convenience, with no more than 2 companions, and offer whatever proofs of good faith you may require. Asterisk. Awaiting your reply. Harry James Potter, Lord Black. He read it over, then added a final line in the formal closing Creature had taught him. May the blood of your house run true forever. Asterisk. Perfect, Hermione said when he showed her. Formal, respectful, but not groveling. He'll have to respond. Harry sealed the letter with wax from the Black family signet, pressing the crest into the warm red blob. Creature took it with a bow and vanished to deliver it by elf post. Now all they could do was wait. The reply came the next evening. Creature appeared in the library as Harry was reviewing the list of noble rights for the dozenth time. The elf held a silver tray on which rested a single envelope of heavy cream parchment, sealed with a crest Harry didn't recognize, a silver serpent coiled around an emerald. From Lord Greengrass, Master. Harry broke the seal with fingers that trembled slightly. The letter inside was written in a precise, elegant hand. Lord Black, your request is received and noted. I confess to some surprise, the House of Black has not sought audience with the Greengrasses in over a century, and never through so young a lord. Nevertheless, your courtesy does you credit, and I would be remiss not to respond in kind. Asterisk. You may present yourself at Greengrass Manor on Saturday next, at 3 in the afternoon. Bring your 2 companions. I will expect you to observe the old customs, guest right will be granted, but any breach of hospitality will be met with appropriate response. Asterisk. I am, as you must know, a cautious man. My family has survived through centuries of turmoil by keeping our own counsel and avoiding entanglements. I do not expect your visit to change that. But I am also a curious man, and I would hear what the boy who lived, now Lord Black, has to say. Asterisk. Come with open hands and an open mind. I will offer the same. Asterisk. Theodore Greengrass. Lord Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice, then passed it to Hermione. He's interested, she said. Cautious, but interested. The fact that he agreed to meet at all is promising. What's the catch? Ron asked, having read over Hermione's shoulder. There's always a catch with these pure blood types. The catch is that he's watching us. Harry took the letter back, studying the crest. He wants to see what kind of lord I'll be. Whether I'm dangerous, or useful, or just a child playing at politics. He looked up at his friends. We have 5 days to prepare. We need to know everything about the Greengrasses, their history, their alliances, their weak points. And we need to be ready for anything. Hermione was already reaching for a book. Ron sighed but nodded. I'll ask Dad, he said. He knows most of the old families from work. Might have some insight. Harry nodded, grateful as always for the solid presence of his friends. The game was getting bigger, more dangerous. But he wasn't playing alone. Saturday came faster than he expected. One moment he was buried in books, the next he was standing in the atrium of the ministry, flanked by Ron and Hermione, waiting for the Greengrass family flow to connect. You look like a proper lord, Ron said, eyeing Harry's formal robes. Intimidating, even. Good. Harry straightened his shoulders. That's the idea. The flow flared green, and a voice echoed from the flames. Lord Black, the Greengrass residence is ready to receive you. Harry stepped forward, threw the powder, and called clearly, Greengrass Manor. The world spun, and then he was stumbling out of a fireplace into a room that couldn't have been more different from Grimmauld Place. Where the Black ancestral home was dark, dusty, and oppressive, Greengrass Manor was bright and airy, with tall windows overlooking rolling green hills. The walls were paneled in pale wood, the furniture elegant and modern, and the overall effect was one of wealth without ostentation. A house elf in a neat little towel appeared, bowing. Lord Black, this way, please. Lord Greengrass awaits in the solar. They followed the elf through corridors lined with tasteful paintings, landscapes mostly, with a few portraits that watched them pass with mild curiosity. The solar, when they reached it, was a comfortable room at the top of the house, with windows on 3 sides and a fire crackling in a stone hearth. Lord Greengrass rose to greet them. He was a tall man, slender and silver-haired, with the kind of ageless face that made it impossible to guess his age. His eyes were gray and sharp, missing nothing, and his robes were simple but exquisitely tailored. When he smiled, it didn't quite reach his eyes. Lord Black, he said, extending his hand. Welcome to my home. I trust your journey was pleasant. Harry took the offered hand, gripping firmly. Lord Greengrass, thank you for receiving us. These are my companions, Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley. Greengrass's eyes flickered to Hermione, not with the hostility Harry had expected, but with something like curiosity. Miss Granger, I've heard of you. The brightest witch of your age, they say. He turned to Ron. And a Weasley. Your father and I have crossed paths at the ministry. A good man, if occasionally, overzealous. Ron's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Please, sit. Greengrass gestured to comfortable chairs arranged around the fire. Tea. My elf makes an excellent blend. They sat, accepted tea, and made small talk for several minutes. The weather, the recent Quidditch scores, the shocking state of the ministry's regulation of broomstick enchantments. Harry let the conversation flow, watching Greengrass, waiting for the right moment. It came when Greengrass set down his cup and fixed Harry with those sharp gray eyes. "So, Lord Black, you've come to talk about the old ways. About the Council of Nobles, if I'm not mistaken." He smiled thinly. "I've heard the rumors. A boy who wants to resurrect a government that's been dead for 3 centuries. Some call it ambition, others call it madness." Harry met his gaze steadily. "What do you call it, Lord Greengrass?" A long pause. Then Greengrass laughed, a genuine sound, warm and surprised. "Courage," he said, "or foolishness. I haven't decided yet." He leaned forward. "Tell me, boy, why should I risk my family's safety to follow a 13-year-old into a political war? What can you offer that Voldemort cannot? That Dumbledore cannot? That the Ministry cannot?" The name hung in the air between them, dark and dangerous. Harry didn't flinch. "Survival," he said simply. "Voldemort offers power to those who serve him, but he'll discard you the moment you're useless. Dumbledore offers righteousness, but he'll sacrifice you for the greater good. The Ministry offers nothing but denial and paperwork while Death Eaters murder your neighbors." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I offer a third way. A way to stand together, under ancient laws that protect all of us equally. Not serving me, serving ourselves, together. The old families united, not as followers of a dark lord, but as sovereign powers in our own right." Greengrass was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer. "And what makes you think you can lead such a coalition? You're a child. A half-blood child, whatever your titles say. The old families will not follow someone they consider beneath them. The old families," Harry said quietly, "are dying. One by one, they're being picked off because they won't unite. The Blacks are nearly extinct. The Potters are gone. The Bones are shattered. The Pruitts are ashes. If the remaining families don't find a way to stand together, there won't be any old families left to care about blood status." He leaned forward, matching Greengrass's intensity. "I don't want to lead. I want to convene. I want to give the old families a place to talk, to plan, to defend themselves. The Black family has the right to call a council. I'm exercising that right. I'm asking you to attend, not as my follower, but as an equal. A sovereign lord in your own domain." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimed the hour. Finally, Greengrass spoke. "You're either the most naive boy I've ever met, or the most dangerous." He shook his head slowly. "I haven't decided which. But I'll tell you this, Lord Black, I'll attend your council. Not because I trust you, and not because I believe in your cause. But because curiosity has always been my weakness, and I want to see what happens next." Harry felt a surge of triumph, but he kept his face calm. "That's all I ask, Lord Greengrass. A chance to talk. Nothing more." Greengrass nodded slowly. "Then we understand each other." He rose, signaling that the audience was over. "My elf will show you out. I'll expect an invitation to your council within the month, with details of time and place." "And Lord Black." Harry paused at the door. "Yes. Be careful. The old families are like dragons, sleepy until they're woken, and then quite dangerous. You're poking a lot of sleeping dragons." His gray eyes were unreadable. "I hope you know what you're doing." Harry met his gaze. "So do I, Lord Greengrass. So do I." They flowed back to the Ministry in silence. But as they emerged into the atrium, Ron let out a whoop that echoed off the golden statues. "You did it." He said yes. He said he'd attend, Harry corrected, but he was smiling. "That's a start. A good start." Hermione was grinning too. 1 down. 22 to go. Harry looked at the list in his pocket, at the names of families who would need to be courted, convinced, cajoled into joining. It seemed impossible. A child playing at politics, Greengrass had called him. Maybe he was right. But as they stepped out of the Ministry into the London twilight, Harry felt the ring warm on his finger, felt the ancient magic of his house pulsing in his blood, and he knew, impossible or not, he had to try. The old laws were waiting to be used. The old families were waiting to be united. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, was just getting started. Chapter 5, The First Political Move. The invitations went out over the following fortnight, each one carefully crafted, each one delivered by Creature's steady hand. 23 letters, sealed with the black crest, requesting the presence of the heads of noble houses at a convocation to be held at Grimmauld Place on the first Saturday of August. The responses trickled in slowly at first, then in a flood. By the end of the first week, Harry had received 17 replies. The results were mixed. The 4 families aligned with the order, the Weasleys, Longbottoms, Bones, and Abbotts, all accepted with varying degrees of warmth. Arthur Weasley's response had been characteristically enthusiastic, though Harry suspected Molly had dictated most of it. Augusta Longbottom's reply was brief and formal, but she confirmed her attendance. Amelia Bones, in her capacity as department head rather than family matriarch, sent a carefully worded acceptance that made no promises about her niece Susan's involvement. Hannah Abbott's mother sent a warm, slightly flustered note that Harry found oddly endearing. The 7 families aligned with Voldemort all refused, as expected. Malfoy's reply was a single line of elegant script: "I do not consort with children playing at politics." The others were similarly dismissive, though Knott's response included a veiled threat that made Hermione's blood run cold. That left the 12 neutral families. Of these, 8 had accepted: Greengrass, Macmillan, Folly, Ollivander, Flint, Selwyn, Pottle, and, surprisingly, Dagworth Granger. The remaining 4, the Bulstrodes, Averys, Carrows, and Goyles, had either declined or simply not responded. 8 neutrals, plus our 4, plus you as convener, Hermione calculated, spreading the responses across the library table. That's 13 families. Not a majority of the 23, but enough to form a credible bloc. Enough to claim legitimacy. 13 is an unlucky number, Ron observed from his perch on a stack of books. 13 is a coven number, Hermione corrected. In old magical law, 13 families can form a binding council. It's in the charter: any coven of 13 may pass resolutions that are binding on its members, provided all 13 consent. Harry looked up sharply. Are you sure? I checked 3 times. It's an old Wizengamot provision that was never repealed, probably because no one's managed to gather 13 independent families since the 18th century. She smiled grimly. If all 13 attend and all 13 agree, you can start passing actual laws. Not ministry laws, but noble laws. Binding on the participating houses. Harry felt the weight of that possibility settle over him. Laws. He could help create laws. Not as the boy who lived, not as Dumbledore's soldier, but as a lord in his own right, working with other lords. To shape their world, we need to prepare, he said. We need to know everything about each family that's coming, their histories, their grievances, what they want from this. And we need to have a proposal ready. Something concrete they can agree to. An accord, Hermione suggested. A mutual defense pact, with economic and political cooperation built in. Something that gives them immediate benefits while laying the groundwork for longer-term unity. Harry nodded slowly. Write it up. Use the old charter as a template, borrow language from the original council documents. Make it feel ancient, legitimate. And include opt-out clauses. Anyone who joins needs to know they can leave if it doesn't work. Opt-out clauses. Ron looked skeptical. Won't that make it weaker? It'll make them more likely to join. Harry had learned this from watching Dumbledore, from watching how the Order operated. People fear commitment more than they fear danger, at first. Give them an exit, and they'll be braver about entering. Hermione was already scribbling notes. I'll have a draft by tomorrow. Then we'll need to circulate it before the meeting, give them time to consider. And we'll need to think about the venue, Harry added. Grimmauld Place is not welcoming. We need to make it feel neutral. Safe. Like a place where old enemies can sit together without fear. Creature, who had been hovering in the corner as he increasingly did, spoke up. Creature can prepare the state rooms, Master. The ones that have been sealed since the old Lord's time. They are grander, more suitable for receiving noble guests. Harry blinked. There are state rooms. Of course, Master. The House of Black does not receive visitors in the kitchen. Creature's tone suggested this should have been obvious. The formal receiving rooms are on the 2nd floor. They have been preserved by Creature's magic. They await only Master's command to be opened. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. Open them, he said. Make them ready. The state rooms of Grimmauld Place were, as Creature had promised, grander than anything Harry had imagined. They occupied the entire 2nd floor, a series of interconnected spaces that flowed from one to another like the rooms in a dream. The first was an antechamber paneled in pale silver wood, with a ceiling painted to depict the night sky over ancient Britain. Beyond that lay a receiving room with tall windows that looked out not on London, but on a rolling moorland landscape that couldn't possibly exist, painted, Hermione later explained, but enchanted to move and change with the seasons. The main hall was the largest space Harry had ever seen inside a house. It could have held 50 people easily, with room to spare. A long table of black marble dominated the center, surrounded by high-backed chairs carved with the crests of various noble families, not just Blacks, Harry noticed, but others as well. Malfoy, Greengrass, even Potter. The council table, Creature explained, his voice hushed with reverence. When the old lords convened, they sat here. Each chair is keyed to its family's magic, only the true head of that house can sit in it. Harry approached the chair carved with the black crest. It was the largest at the table, positioned at the head, with a view of the entire room. He didn't sit. Not yet. That would come later, if at all. Can we make this feel less intimidating? He asked. Less black, more neutral. Creature considered. Creature can adjust the decor, Master. The house responds to its lord's will. If Master wishes for a different atmosphere. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the ring, on the connection he felt to the house. He thought of what he wanted, not a throne room, not a monument to black power, but a meeting place. A neutral ground where old enemies could become new allies. When he opened his eyes, the room had changed. The black marble table remained, but the walls had shifted to a softer gray. The family crests on the chairs had dimmed slightly, less prominent. The enchanted windows now showed a peaceful garden rather than the dramatic moorland. Candles had appeared, floating gently above the table, casting warm light. Creature's eyes were wide. Master has the touch. The house listens. Harry felt it too, the magic responding to his will, as natural as breathing. This was his place, his power. He could shape it as he chose. Perfect, he said. Now we need to prepare for our guests. The first Saturday of August dawned clear and warm, but Harry barely noticed. He'd been awake since 4, reviewing notes, pacing the state rooms, checking and rechecking every detail. Hermione found him in the main hall at 7, still in his dressing gown, staring at the table. You need to eat, she said firmly. And then you need to get dressed. The first guests will arrive at 10. I know. He ran a hand through his hair, already disheveled from nervous tugging. What if they don't come? What if they come and laugh? What if? Harry. Hermione took his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. You've done everything right. The invitations, the preparations, the draft accord, it's all perfect. Now you just need to be yourself. The person who convinced a dragon to attend a meeting of old families. The person who stood in a graveyard and faced down death. That person is enough. He took a deep breath, then another. Right. Breakfast. Then robes. Then, he gestured vaguely at the room. Then history, Hermione finished. Now move. The first to arrive, at 10 o'clock precisely, was Lord Greengrass. He stepped out of the Grimmauld Place fireplace looking exactly as he had at their first meeting, elegant, composed, with those sharp gray eyes missing nothing. Behind him came a girl about Harry's age, blonde and serious-faced, whom he introduced as his daughter Daphne. Lord Black, Greengrass said, offering his hand. You've been busy, I see. The house feels different. Harry shook firmly. I wanted it to feel welcoming. Thank you for coming. Greengrass's eyes flickered to the transformed state rooms, to the floating candles, to the enchanted windows. Impressive. The old magic responds to you strongly. He gestured to his daughter. Daphne will observe, if you have no objection. She'll inherit the house someday, best she learns how these things work. Daphne Greengrass met Harry's eyes with cool appraisal. Up close, she was striking rather than pretty, with the same sharp intelligence as her father. Lord Black, she said, her voice neutral. I've heard a great deal about you. Most of it probably exaggerated, Harry replied. Welcome to Grimmauld Place. I hope your visit is pleasant. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, that he hadn't stammered or blushed. Thank you. More guests arrived in quick succession after that. Ernie Macmillan's father, a stout man with his son's earnest expression, accompanied by Ernie himself, who greeted Harry with barely concealed hero worship. The Pottle twins' mother, a graceful witch in robes of deep purple, came alone. Her husband, she explained, was tending to their apothecary business. Mr. Folly was elderly and stooped, leaning on a silver-topped cane, but his eyes were sharp as needles. Mr. Ollivander, the wandmaker, was exactly as Harry remembered, pale, silvery-eyed, and faintly unsettling. Augusta Longbottom arrived with grim determination written on every line of her face. She was accompanied by her granddaughter Susan, Bones's Aunt Amelia, who wore her War Department robes like armor. The two women surveyed the room with the practiced eye of people who had survived wars before. Arthur Weasley came alone. Molly had stayed home with the younger children, he explained, but sent her warmest regards. He looked slightly overwhelmed by the grandeur, but pleased to be included. By 10:30, 13 families were represented. Harry stood at the head of the table, watching them settle into their chairs, each one, as Creature had promised, accepting only its rightful occupant. The black chair felt warm beneath him, attuned to his presence. He waited until the murmuring died down, then rose. "Thank you for coming," his voice carried in the acoustically perfect room. "I know this is unusual, a 13-year-old convening a council of ancient houses. Some of you probably think I'm mad, or arrogant, or both." A few chuckles rippled through the assembly. "But I'm not here to play games. I'm here because we're all in danger." He paused, letting that sink in. "The Dark Lord is gathering power. The Ministry is in denial. The Order of the Phoenix is fighting, but they're outnumbered and outmaneuvered. And the old families, our families, are being picked off one by one, because we won't stand together." Lord Greengrass leaned forward slightly. "And you propose to change that?" "I propose to give us the option." Harry gestured, and Hermione, sitting against the wall with Ron, rose and began distributing copies of the draft accord. "This is a mutual defense pact. Not an army, not a government, a promise. If any signatory house is attacked, the others will come to its aid. We'll share intelligence, pool resources, and coordinate responses to threats. But each house remains sovereign. No one commands anyone else. We meet, we discuss, we decide together." Lord Macmillan was scanning the document with obvious interest. "The economic provisions, you're proposing trade agreements between houses. Preferential rates for allied families. Access to each other's markets, each other's suppliers. If a Greengrass needs potions ingredients, they can buy from a Pottle apothecary at a discount. If a Longbottom needs enchanted tools, they can contract with a Flint forge. We strengthen each other by doing business with each other." Madame Pottle nodded slowly. "This could benefit my shop considerably. The Ministry's tariffs on international imports have been crippling. If I could source more ingredients domestically." "Exactly." Harry let himself feel a flicker of hope. They were engaging. They were thinking about it. But Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the murmurs. "And what happens when the Dark Lord demands that his allied houses sever ties with us? What happens when Malfoy tells Flint that trading with Longbottoms is treason?" Harry met her eyes. "Then Flint has to choose. Does he want to be Malfoy's puppet, or a sovereign lord in his own right? The accord doesn't force anyone to fight, but it does create consequences for those who would harm us. If a house attacks us, they attack all of us. That's a powerful deterrent. Unless they're not deterred." Lord Folly's voice was thin but clear. "Unless they attack anyway, and we're drawn into a war we didn't choose." "You're already in a war, Lord Folly." Harry's voice was gentle but unflinching. "We all are. The only question is whether we fight it alone, or together." Silence fell over the room. 13 pairs of eyes regarded him, some skeptical, some hopeful, some simply waiting to see what would happen next. Finally, Lord Greengrass spoke. "I've read your proposal. It's well crafted, whoever drafted it understands old magical law." He glanced at Hermione, who colored slightly. "The opt-out clauses are wise. The sovereignty provisions are clear. I have concerns, of course, details to be negotiated, but in principle, I'm willing to sign." A ripple of surprise went through the room. Greengrass was influential, his support would carry weight. Augusta Longbottom was frowning. "I need to consult with my son's healers. The Longbottom interests are complicated at present. But I'm not opposed." "I'll sign, Mr. Ollivander said quietly. "The Wandmakers have always stood apart, but these are not ordinary times. My family has survived by knowing when to choose sides. This feels like such a time." One by one, they spoke. By the time the discussion ended 2 hours later, 9 families had agreed in principle to sign, with the remaining 4 requesting time to consult with absent family members. It wasn't unanimous, but it was more than Harry had dared to hope for. As the guests began to depart, Lord Greengrass approached him. "You've done well today," he said quietly. "Better than I expected. But this is only the beginning. The real test will come when the first crisis hits, when someone tests this accord of yours. Be ready for that." Harry nodded. "I will be." Greengrass studied him for a long moment. "You might actually pull this off, you know. Against all odds, you might actually pull it off." He extended his hand. "The Greengrass house stands with you, Lord Black. For now." Harry shook firmly. "That's all I ask." As the last guest departed through the flow, Harry sagged against the table, suddenly exhausted. Ron appeared at his side, clapping him on the shoulder. "You did it, mate. You actually did it." "We did it," Harry corrected, looking at Hermione, at Ron, at Creature hovering proudly in the corner. "All of us." The black crest above the fireplace flared briefly, as if acknowledging his words. And somewhere in the depths of the house, ancient magic stirred in satisfaction. The first political move had been made. The game was truly underway now. Chapter 6, Malfoy's Counterplay. The month following the council meeting was the strangest of Harry's life. He returned to Hogwarts for his 4th year, but everything had changed. The castle was the same, the moving staircases, the chattering portraits, the smell of enchanted food in the Great Hall, but he was not. He moved through the corridors with a new awareness, noting the students whose families had signed the accord, noting those whose families had refused, noting the way some pure-blood students now looked at him with something approaching respect while others glared with undisguised hostility. The Triwizard Tournament dominated everyone's attention, of course. The announcement that Hogwarts would host the legendary competition had sent the castle into a frenzy of excitement. Harry tried to lose himself in that excitement, to be just another student watching the champions compete. But the ring on its chain beneath his robes was a constant weight, a reminder of the world beyond the castle walls. He didn't put his name in the goblet of fire. When it spat out his name anyway, when the entire school turned against him overnight, when he was thrust into a tournament that wanted him dead, through all of it, the ring burned against his chest like a brand. And through all of it, Lucius Malfoy was watching. Harry knew this because Draco told him, in his own insufferable way. "My father's very interested in your little club, Potter," he sneered during potions class one day. "He says the ministry will crush it eventually. Ancient charters mean nothing against modern law." "Your father can say what he likes," Harry replied calmly. "He's very good at talking." Draco's face reddened, but before he could respond, Snape swept between them, his black robes billowing. "Mr. Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor for disrupting my classroom." Harry said nothing. He was learning to pick his battles. The first task came and went. Harry survived the Hungarian Horntail, claimed the golden egg, and returned to the castle with his life intact and his secret still safe. But as he emerged from the hospital wing after Madame Pomfrey finished tending his burns, Hermione was waiting with a face as gray as the stone walls. "Harry, we need to talk. Now." They found an empty classroom, and Hermione cast every privacy charm she knew before speaking. "It's the accord," she said quietly. "Malfoy's challenging it. Formally. In the Wizengamot." Harry felt the words like a physical blow. "What do you mean, challenging it?" "He's filed a motion questioning the legitimacy of the council. He's arguing that a minor cannot convene a noble assembly, that the black title was improperly claimed, and that the accord has no legal standing. If he wins," she swallowed hard. "If he wins, the accord is void. The families who signed could be penalized for participating in an illegal conspiracy. Some of them could lose their Wizengamot seats." Harry sank into a chair, his newly healed burns aching in sympathy with his churning stomach. "When? The hearing is in 3 days. We've received a formal summons, you have to appear. The Black family must defend its claim. 3 days. 3 days to prepare for a legal battle against one of the most powerful men in magical Britain. 3 days to prove that everything he'd built wasn't built on sand. We need help, he said. Legal help. Someone who knows Wizengamot procedure. Hermione nodded. I've already thought of that. Amelia Bones, she's on the Wizengamot, and she's family. Susan's aunt. If anyone can advise us, it's her. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes despite her pale face. You're amazing, you know that. Tell me something I don't know. But she smiled, just a little. Now let's move. We don't have much time. Dash dash dash. Amelia Bones received them in her office at the ministry, a no-nonsense space filled with filing cabinets and wanted posters. She was a formidable woman, with a monocle over one eye and an aura of authority that made Harry want to stand up straighter. Sit down, Potter. She gestured to chairs facing her desk. Miss Granger. I've read the filing. Malfoy's being clever. He's not attacking the Accord directly, he's attacking its foundation. If he can prove the Black title was improperly claimed, everything built on it collapses. But it wasn't improperly claimed, Harry protested. I followed every procedure. The blood magic recognized me. The ministry registered the claim. The ministry registered the claim of a minor, based on documentation from a private family vault. Bones removed her monocle, polishing it thoughtfully. Malfoy's argument is that a minor cannot legally claim a noble title without a regent or guardian's approval. Since Sirius Black died without appointing a regent, and your Muggle guardians are unsuitable. She let the implication hang. Harry's stomach dropped. But Dumbledore. Dumbledore is your magical guardian only in the sense that he oversees your education. He has no legal standing over your inheritance. Malfoy knows this. She replaced her monocle, fixing him with a sharp gaze. The good news is that Malfoy's argument has a weakness. The Black family has a history of heirs claiming titles young. Sirius's own grandfather took his seat at 14 after his father died in a dragon accident. There's precedent. How do we use it? You present it. You stand before the Wizengamot and you tell them your story, the vault, the blood ritual, the tapestry. You show them that the old magic accepted you, and that the old magic trumps ministry procedure. She leaned forward. The Wizengamot is full of old families, Potter. They remember the old ways. If you can convince them that your claim is legitimate by ancient standards, they may overlook the procedural technicalities. Harry absorbed this. And if I can't convince them? Bones's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes softened. Then the Black title goes into abeyance until you come of age. The Accord dissolves. The families who signed are left exposed. She paused. Malfoy will have won. Dash dash dash. The 3 days before the hearing passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent every waking moment studying Wizengamot procedure, reviewing Black family history, memorizing precedents. Hermione worked alongside him, her mind a steel trap for details. Ron provided moral support and, when necessary, food. The night before the hearing, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat in the Gryffindor common room, staring into the dying fire, the ring warm against his chest. Sirius's face flickered in the flames, not really there, just a trick of light and memory, but Harry found himself talking to it anyway. I don't know if I can do this, he whispered. I'm 13. I'm supposed to be worrying about homework and Quidditch, not defending ancient titles in front of the Wizengamot. The fire crackled, offering no answers. I wish you were here. You'd know what to say. You'd make them listen. He swallowed hard. Or you'd tell me this whole thing was stupid and I should just be a normal kid. But I can't be normal, can I? I never could. A log shifted, sending up a shower of sparks. Harry watched them rise and fade, thinking of Sirius rising and fading, of all the people he'd lost. Tomorrow, he said to the fire, to the memory, to himself. Tomorrow, I fight. Dash dash dash. The Wizengamot chamber was everything Harry had imagined and worse. Tiered benches rose in a semicircle around a central floor, packed with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. The chief warlock's seat stood empty. Dumbledore had been suspended from the Wizengamot, Harry remembered, another casualty of ministry paranoia. In his place sat a witch Harry didn't recognize, severe-faced and grim. Lucius Malfoy stood in the center of the floor, perfectly composed, his silver eyes gleaming with anticipation. When Harry entered, flanked by Amelia Bones and a nervous-looking Hermione, Malfoy's lips curved into a thin smile. Ah, the boy arrives. How touching that he brought his study group. Harry said nothing. He'd learned that Malfoy wanted a reaction, he'd be damned if he'd give him one. The presiding witch, Madam Speaker, Bones had called her, banged her gavel. This session of the Wizengamot is called to address the motion filed by Lucius Malfoy regarding the legitimacy of the Black family title and the subsequent noble accord. Mr. Malfoy, you have the floor. Malfoy stepped forward, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, I come before you today not as a political opponent of the boy Harry Potter, but as a defender of our laws and traditions. He paused, letting his gaze sweep the room. A minor has claimed an ancient title without proper oversight, without legal representation, and without the approval of a guardian. He has used this improperly claimed title to convene a so-called council of nobles, drafting agreements that have no standing under modern law. This is not ambition, it is chaos. And chaos serves no one but the enemies of our world. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry felt Hermione tense beside him. The Black family is ancient and honored, Malfoy continued. Its titles should not be bandied about by children playing at politics. I move that the Black claim be declared void until such time as Harry Potter reaches his majority and can properly, with counsel and guidance, restate his case. I further move that the so-called Noble Accord be dissolved, and any families who participated be censured for their involvement in this farce. He bowed slightly and stepped back, his smile firmly in place. Madam Speaker turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, you may respond. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. The ring felt like it was burning his skin. He stepped forward, acutely aware of the eyes upon him, hundreds of them, representing the most powerful families in magical Britain. Madam Speaker, honored members. His voice came out steadier than he'd expected. Lucius Malfoy speaks of laws and traditions. But the traditions he claims to defend are older than the ministry itself, older than the Wizengamot. And those traditions say that blood determines inheritance, not paperwork. He pulled the ring from beneath his robes, holding it up so the light caught the black crest. This ring recognized me. The Black family vault opened for me. The Black family tapestry, enchanted with magic older than any of us, accepted my blood and wove my name into its fabric. The house itself woke at my presence. He let that sink in, then continued. Lucius Malfoy says I claimed the title improperly. But I followed every procedure the ministry required. I presented documentation from the family vault, documentation that predates ministry records. I submitted to blood testing. I signed every form. The ministry registered my claim without objection. He met Malfoy's eyes. It's only now, months later, that Mr. Malfoy has decided to object. Why? Because I used my title to do something he doesn't like. Because I convened a council of families who refused to bow to him or his master. Gasps rippled through the chamber. Malfoy's smile vanished. That's a serious accusation, Mr. Potter, Madam Speaker said sharply. It's a serious situation, Madam Speaker. Harry didn't back down. The Dark Lord is gathering power. The ministry is in denial. And Lucius Malfoy, whose family has long been suspected of Death Eater ties, wants to dissolve the only alliance of noble houses formed to resist him. Ask yourself why. Malfoy's voice cut through the murmurs like ice. This is slander. I demand. You demand. Harry turned to face him fully. You demand, when your own house refused to even attend the council. When you called my invitation, a child playing at politics. You're not here to defend tradition, Malfoy. You're here to destroy anyone who might stand against your master. The chamber erupted. Madam Speaker banged her gavel repeatedly, calling for order. Through the chaos, Harry saw faces, some angry, some thoughtful, some watching him with new respect. When silence finally fell, Madam Speaker fixed Harry with a stern look. Mr. Potter, you will refrain from making unsubstantiated accusations. However, she paused, glancing at the assembled members. The point about timing is well taken. Mr. Malfoy, why did you wait months to file this challenge? Malfoy's composure slipped for just an instant. I was gathering evidence, Madam Speaker. The boy's claim is riddled with irregularities. What irregularities? Amelia Bones rose from her seat, her voice carrying authority. I've reviewed the filing myself. Every procedure was followed. The documentation was complete. The blood magic confirmed the claim. What irregularities, exactly? Malfoy opened his mouth, then closed it. For the first time, he looked uncertain. Madam Speaker nodded slowly. The chamber will deliberate. We will reconvene in 1 hour. The hour that followed was the longest of Harry's life. He paced an anteroom while Hermione reviewed notes and Bones made calls on a charmed parchment. Ron had arrived at some point, he must have sneaked in, and was doing his best to keep Harry's spirits up with a running commentary on the various Wizengamot members' fashion choices. Do you see the hat on that old bloke? Looks like a dead badger. Ron, that's Lord Folly. He's on our side. Oh, well, the dead badger is a very distinguished look, then. Harry almost laughed. Almost. When they were called back into the chamber, the atmosphere had changed. The murmuring was more subdued, the faces more thoughtful. Malfoy stood apart, his expression carefully blank. Madam Speaker banged her gavel. The Wizengamot has reached a decision. Harry held his breath. The motion filed by Lucius Malfoy is denied. For a moment, Harry wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. Then the chamber erupted, not in chaos this time, but in a buzz of conversation, some surprised, some satisfied. Malfoy's face went white. The Black family claim is upheld, Madam Speaker continued. The documentation is sufficient, the blood magic is recognized, and the minor status of the claimant does not invalidate an inheritance by blood in the absence of a duly appointed regent. Precedent from 1783, Black vs. Ministry, supports this interpretation. She fixed Malfoy with a cool look. The so-called Noble Accord, however, remains a private agreement between sovereign houses. The Wizengamot takes no position on its validity, as it falls outside our jurisdiction. The families who signed it are free to continue as they wish. It was a compromise, Harry realized. They'd upheld his title but distanced themselves from the accord. Still, it was enough. More than enough. Malfoy was already moving toward the exit, his robe swirling behind him. As he passed Harry, he paused. "This isn't over, boy," he murmured, so low that only Harry could hear. "You've won a battle. But the war is just beginning." Harry met his eyes. "I know." Malfoy's lip curled, and then he was gone. They celebrated that night in the Gryffindor common room, a small gathering of those who knew what had really happened. Hermione had procured butterbeer from somewhere, Ron had raided the kitchens for snacks. Even Creature had appeared, briefly, to bout a Harry with something that might have been respect before vanishing back to Grimmauld Place. "You should have seen Malfoy's face," Ron crowed. "I thought he was going to explode." "He'll try again," Hermione said, but she was smiling. "This won't be the end of it." "No," Harry agreed. "But it's a start." He touched the ring, still warm against his chest. "The first real victory. The first time I've beaten him at his own game." He thought of Sirius, hoped he was watching somewhere. Hoped he was proud. The fire crackled merrily, and for the first time in weeks, Harry allowed himself to simply be a boy among friends, celebrating a win. Tomorrow there would be more battles, more challenges, more dangers. The Triwizard Tournament still loomed, the Dark Lord still waited, and Malfoy's promise of war hung in the air like a storm cloud. But tonight, there was only this victory, however small. And the knowledge that he wasn't fighting alone. The black crest on his ring gleamed in the firelight, and Harry smiled. Chapter 7, The House Accords. The aftermath of the Wizengamot victory felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. Harry had won, legally, procedurally, decisively, but the weight of that win pressed down on him in ways he hadn't anticipated. Malfoy's parting words echoed in his mind, "This isn't over." The war, as he'd called it, was just beginning. The Triwizard Tournament continued its relentless march toward the third task. Harry threw himself into preparations, spending hours with Hermione practicing spells, studying creatures, and trying to decipher the Golden Egg's clue. But even as he focused on the maze that awaited him, another maze occupied his thoughts, the labyrinth of noble politics, ancient laws, and fragile alliances that now demanded his attention. The families who had signed the accord needed more than a legal victory. They needed structure. They needed guarantees. They needed to know that their commitment to this alliance meant something tangible. "We need to formalize it," Hermione said one evening in the library, surrounded by books on magical contracts and binding oaths. "The accord is written as a statement of intent, not a binding agreement. If we want the houses to actually cooperate, to share intelligence, pool resources, coordinate defenses, we need something stronger." Harry looked up from his potions essay, grateful for the distraction. "Like what?" "Like a proper treaty. A magical compact, sealed with oaths that carry real weight." She pushed a book toward him, open to a page covered in intricate diagrams. "Blood magic. Old magic. The kind that can't be broken without consequences." Harry studied the diagrams, interlocking circles, runes he didn't recognize, patterns that seemed to shift as he watched. "This is serious." It's the most serious kind of binding there is. The families who sign won't be able to betray the alliance without suffering real harm. Magical harm. Hermione's expression was troubled. It's also dangerous. If the oaths are too strict, people will be afraid to sign. We need to find a balance, commitment without enslavement. Harry nodded slowly. He'd learned enough about the old families to understand their fear of being controlled. They'd spent centuries resisting ministry authority precisely because they valued their autonomy. Any compact he proposed would have to respect that. "Show me the options," he said. "We'll figure it out together." The weeks that followed were a blur of research, consultation, and careful negotiation. Harry corresponded with each of the signatory families, sometimes by letter, sometimes through brief meetings arranged by Creature's tireless elf post. He learned their concerns, their priorities, their red lines. Lord Greengrass wanted assurances that the compact wouldn't drag his family into wars they hadn't chosen. Augusta Longbottom demanded provisions for protecting vulnerable family members. She was thinking of Neville, Harry knew, of his parents in St. Mungo's. Mr. Ollivander was concerned about intellectual property, about being forced to share wand-making secrets with potential competitors. Madame Pottle wanted economic guarantees, preferential access to allied markets. Each concern was valid. Each required a response. And through it all, Harry had to balance the needs of the alliance against the demands of the tournament, the pressures of school, and the ever-present threat of Voldemort's return. By the time the third task approached, he had a draft. The final meeting before the maze was held in the state rooms at Grimmauld Place, on a grey Saturday in June. 13 families gathered around the black marble table, their chairs keyed to their magic, their faces a mixture of anticipation and wariness. Harry stood at the head, the ring warm on his finger, a stack of parchment before him. "Thank you for coming," he began. "I know this is a busy time for everyone. The tournament, the ministry, the other pressures we all face." He didn't name Voldemort, he didn't have to. "But we've reached a critical moment. The accord we signed months ago was a statement of intent. Today, I'm proposing something more." He distributed the documents, waiting as each family head read through the compact. The room was silent except for the rustle of parchment and the crackle of the enchanted fire. The compact was comprehensive. It established a formal council of signatory houses, with regular meetings and a rotating chair. It created protocols for sharing intelligence about threats, for coordinating defensive responses, for pooling resources in times of crisis. It included economic provisions, preferential trade agreements, mutual investment funds, joint ventures in industries like potions and enchanting. And it was sealed by a magical oath, keyed to each family's bloodline, that bound them to the compact's core principles without controlling their daily choices. Lord Greengrass was the first to speak. "This is impressive. Who drafted it?" "I did," Harry said simply. "With help from friends." Greengrass's eyebrows rose. "You drafted a binding magical compact. At 13, 14, actually. Last week." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "Birthday present to myself." A chuckle ran around the table. Even Augusta Longbottom's stern expression softened slightly. "The oath provisions are clever," she observed. "They bind the houses collectively, not individually. A family could withdraw without magical penalty, provided they give proper notice and don't act against the compact during the withdrawal period." "That was intentional," Harry confirmed. "No one should feel trapped. The compact should be a shield, not a cage." Madame Pottle was studying the economic clauses with obvious interest. "The trade preferences, you're proposing that allied houses get first refusal on contracts. That we actively choose each other over outsiders. Not exclusively, but preferentially, yes. The stronger our internal economy, the less dependent we are on outside interests." He met her eyes. "If a greengrass needs potions ingredients and a Pottle has them, the Pottle should sell to the greengrass before offering them to Malfoy. That's the principle. And if Malfoy offers a better price, then you have a choice. The compact doesn't force you to lose money. It just asks you to consider the alliance first." Harry spread his hands. "This isn't about controlling anyone. It's about creating incentives to work together." The discussion continued for hours. Concerns were raised, debated, addressed. Amendments were proposed, some accepted, some rejected. Through it all, Harry listened more than he spoke, learning the rhythms of noble negotiation, the subtle dance of power and concession. Finally, as the afternoon sun slanted through the enchanted windows, Lord Greengrass rose. "I've heard enough," he said. "This compact is fair, it's balanced, it protects our interests while binding us together. I'm ready to sign." One by one, the others rose. Augusta Longbottom, Madame Pottle, Mr. Ollivander, Lord Macmillan, Lord Folly, Mr. Dagworth Granger, Lord Flint, Lord Selwyn, Daphne Greengrass, standing in for her father when he gestured for her to join him. Ernie Macmillan, beaming with pride. Susan Bones, representing her aunt. And finally, Arthur Weasley, his eyes suspiciously bright. 13 families, 13 signatures, 13 drops of blood, offered willingly, sealing the compact with magic older than the ministry itself. When the last drop fell, the room blazed with light. Harry felt it first, a surge of power that lifted him from his chair, that filled every corner of the state rooms with golden radiance. The compact on the table burst into flame, but instead of burning, the parchment transformed. The words lifted from the page, written in fire, and wove themselves into a glowing tapestry that hung in the air above them. 13 crests appeared, arranged in a circle. The black crest at the center, not dominant but connective, threads of light, linking it to each of the others. As Harry watched, the threads pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then sank into the floor, into the walls, into the very foundations of Grimmauld Place. The house shuddered. Somewhere deep below, ancient magic stirred and woke. Creature appeared, his eyes wide. "Master, the wards. They're growing. The house is anchoring the compact. All of Grimmauld Place is now neutral ground, sacred ground, where signatories cannot be attacked." Harry stared at him, then at the glowing tapestry, then at the faces of the families who had just bound themselves to him and to each other. "Is that true?" he asked. "Is the house now protected?" Lord Greengrass was pale but steady. "The old texts speak of such things. When blood oaths are sworn on ancient ground, the ground itself becomes witness. Becomes guardian." He looked around the transformed room with something like awe. "Your house, Lord Black, is now the heart of our alliance. No enemy may cross its threshold by force. No betrayal may be plotted within these walls. The magic will know." Harry felt it, a new awareness, a new connection. He could sense each of the signatory families now, not as individuals but as presences, as threads in a web that stretched across Britain. Greengrass, warm and steady. Longbottom, fierce and protective. Pottle, bright and quick. They were part of him now, and he was part of them. "This changes things," he said quietly. "Yes," Augusta Longbottom agreed. "It changes everything. The days that followed were strange and wonderful. Harry returned to Hogwarts for the final weeks of term, but he moved through the castle with a new awareness. He could feel the signatory students now, Ernie Macmillan, beaming at him in the corridors, Susan Bones, nodding gravely as they passed, Daphne Greengrass, watching him with those cool gray eyes that missed nothing. They were bound to him, and he to them, by magic deeper than friendship. The third task loomed, but Harry faced it with a strange calm. The maze, the creatures, the challenges, they were dangers, yes, but they were straightforward dangers. Fight or flee, succeed or fail. Simpler than politics, simpler than alliances, simpler than the web of obligations now woven into his blood. He entered the maze on that fateful night with his wand ready and his mind clear. He faced the Sphinx, the Acromantula, the mist that tried to confuse him. He reached the cup with Cedric at his side, and together they touched it, and together they were transported to a graveyard. What happened next would haunt him forever. The flash of light, the binding to the tombstone, the cauldron bubbling with that terrible potion, the appearance of his parents' ghosts, shimmering in the darkness, offering what comfort they could. The flash of green light that took Cedric, and then the flash of light that returned him to Hogwarts. Cedric's body clutched to his chest, his screams echoing across the pitch. Voldemort was back. The war had begun in earnest. In the chaos that followed, Dumbledore's swift action, Fudge's denial, the Ministry's campaign to discredit them both, the compact became Harry's anchor. While the Ministry called him mad and deluded, while the Daily Prophet painted him as an attention-seeking liar, while half the wizarding world turned against him, through it all, the signatory families stood firm. Lord Greengrass published a statement in the Prophet, affirming his belief in Harry's account. Augusta Longbottom did the same, her words carrying weight as the grandmother of another tournament champion. Madame Pottle spoke to every journalist who would listen. Mr. Ollivander quietly confirmed that the wand Harry had used that night had indeed cast a spell, the only proof he could offer, but significant nonetheless. And in the privacy of Grimmauld Place, the compact held. Harry spent the summer there, unable to return to the Dursleys, unwilling to be anywhere else. The house had become a fortress, literally, as Creature proudly explained. The Blood Oath magic had transformed its wards into something nearly impenetrable. Death Eaters could circle for hours and find no purchase. Ministry officials could knock all day and never be admitted without Harry's leave. "It's our headquarters now," he told the Order when they gathered for the first time after his return. "Not just for the Order, for the Compact. For anyone who wants to fight." Dumbledore had looked at him strangely then, with something that might have been pride or might have been concern. "You've built something remarkable, Harry. Something that may prove more valuable than any of us anticipated." Harry didn't know about remarkable. He only knew that when he woke screaming from nightmares of the graveyard, he could feel the presence of the signatory families around him, not physically, but magically, their awareness brushing against his own like distant stars. He wasn't alone. He would never be alone again. The compact had made him something more than the boy who lived. It had made him the heart of a new alliance, bound by blood and magic to families who had chosen to stand with him. And as the war that Voldemort had promised began to unfold, Harry knew, with a certainty that went beyond hope, that they would stand together. The house settled around him, ancient and strong, its wards pulsing with the combined magic of 13 families. The black crest blazed above the fireplace, joined now by 12 others in a circle of light. And Harry, 14 years old and marked for death, sat in the center of it all and planned for war. The game had changed. The pieces were moving. And for the first time, Harry was playing not as a pawn, but as a lord. Chapter 8, Economic Leverage. The summer after the third task was the strangest of Harry's life. He should have been mourning Cedric, should have been processing the trauma of the graveyard, should have been preparing for the war that everyone knew was coming. Instead, he found himself buried in ledgers. The Black family accounts, it turned out, were a mess. Creature had done his best to maintain them, but house elves weren't trained in high finance, and the last Lord Black had been dead for nearly a decade. Vaults that should have been full were depleted. Investments that should have been profitable had been left to wither. Contracts that should have been renewed had expired unnoticed. The Malfoys have been quietly absorbing Black assets for years, Hermione reported, her finger tracing a line of goblin script that made Harry's eyes cross. Look here, this mining concern in Wales. The Blacks owned 60% until 1981, when the management company was suddenly sold to a Malfoy holding firm. The sale was technically legal, but the price was far below market value. Harry stared at the numbers. They've been stealing from me since I was a baby. Not from you specifically, from the estate. Sirius was in Azkaban, then on the run. There was no one to notice. She flipped to another page. It gets worse. There are at least a dozen properties that have been managed by Malfoy interests for years. The rents have been collected, the profits taken, and the Black family has seen nothing. Rage flickered in Harry's chest, cold, controlled rage that he was learning to channel rather than suppress. Lucius Malfoy had tried to destroy him politically. Now Harry discovered he'd been financially bleeding Harry's inheritance for over a decade. "We need to talk to the goblins," he said. Gringotts hadn't changed. The same marble halls, the same chandeliers, the same goblin tellers with their long fingers and sharper eyes. But this time, Harry walked in not as a customer, but as a lord. Griphook met them at the entrance, the same goblin who had helped them break into Bellatrix's vault 2 years ago, though that adventure was still in Harry's future. Time was strange that way. For now, Griphook was simply a senior account manager, his dark eyes missing nothing. "Lord Black," he said, his voice carrying the particular rasp of goblin speech. "We received your owl. This way, please." He led them through corridors Harry had never seen, past vaults and offices and chambers that hummed with ancient magic. Finally, they reached a circular room lined with ledgers, where a committee of goblins waited. Ragnarok, the oldest and most senior, gestured to seats that were clearly designed for smaller bodies. Harry sat anyway, refusing to be intimidated. You claim the Black family has been defrauded, Ragnock said without preamble. You wish Gringotts to investigate. I wish Gringotts to honor its contracts. Harry had rehearsed this with Hermione. The Black family has banked here for 1,000 years. Our agreements guarantee certain protections, including the right to audit any transactions involving Black assets, and the right to reclaim assets transferred under suspicious circumstances. A murmur ran through the Goblin Committee. Ragnock's eyes glittered. You've done your research. I've had help. Harry inclined his head toward Hermione, who sat straight-backed and alert. The question is whether Gringotts will honor its obligations, or whether the Malfoy influence extends even here. It was a calculated risk. Insulting the goblins was never wise. But Harry had learned that goblins respected strength and directness. They despised weakness and equivocation. Ragnock's lips pulled back from his teeth in what might have been a smile. The Malfoy influence, as you call it, extends only as far as we permit. We are not the Ministry. We do not bow to pure-blood politics. He turned to Griphook. The audit. Begin it. And reopen the investigation into the Welsh mining transfer. I recall concerns at the time that were overruled. Griphook nodded and vanished into the stacks. Lord Black, Ragnock continued, you should understand that even if we find in your favor, reclaiming these assets will not be simple. The Malfoys will fight. They will use every legal and extra-legal means to retain what they've taken. Harry met his eyes. Let them fight. I've beaten them before. The goblin's smile widened. So you have. Perhaps there is more of the old blood in you than we thought. The audit took 3 weeks. Harry spent them at Grimmauld Place, working with Creature to inventory every Black property, every contract, every outstanding debt. The house yielded secrets he hadn't imagined, deeds hidden behind portraits, keys concealed in walls, maps showing holdings he'd never known existed. In Cornwall, a manor house that had been vacant for decades actually housed a family of loyal retainers who had maintained the grounds in secret, waiting for a Black to return. In Scotland, a stretch of coastline belonged to the family, including caves that had once served as safe houses for fugitives. In London itself, 3 commercial buildings in Diagon Alley were technically Black property, their rents collected by a management company that had been acquired by Malfoy interests in 1982. Every discovery fed Harry's growing understanding of what he actually possessed. The Blacks hadn't just been wealthy, they'd been a commercial empire, with interests in mining, potions, enchanted goods, and property across Britain. The Malfoys had been picking at that empire for years, but the core remained. And now Harry intended to rebuild. When Griphook finally returned with the audit results, they were better than Harry had dared to hope. Of the 17 contested transactions, 12 were clearly fraudulent, the Goblin reported. The Malfoy firm paid far below market value, in some cases using threats to intimidate the Black agents who should have objected. Gringotts will honor its guarantees, those assets will be returned to the Black estate, with interest. Harry felt a surge of triumph. And the other 5, disputed. The Malfoys claim they were legitimate purchases, and the documentation is ambiguous. Those will require Wizengamot adjudication, unless you can reach a settlement. We won't settle. Harry's voice was firm, not on terms that leave them with anything they stole. Griphook nodded approval. There is something else. The audit revealed contracts that the Black family holds with other noble houses, trade agreements, supply arrangements, even a few marriage contracts that have financial components. Many of these have been dormant for years, but they're still legally binding. Harry's mind raced. You're saying I have leverage over other families? Through these old contracts. Leverage, yes. But also opportunity. Griphook spread a parchment across the table, covered in names and dates. The Greengrasses, for example, owe the Black family a substantial sum from a loan made in 1873. The debt has never been repaid, interest has been accruing for over a century. If you called it in, you could bankrupt them. Harry stared at the number. It was enormous, far more than he'd ever imagined. I don't want to bankrupt the Greengrasses. They're allies. Then you could forgive the debt. Or restructure it. Or use it as leverage to secure their continued loyalty. Griphook's eyes gleamed. That is how noble houses have always operated, Lord Black. Debts are not merely financial, they're political. They bind families together, or tear them apart, depending on how they're used. Harry understood. The old contracts were weapons, but they were also tools. He could use them to strengthen his alliance, to reward loyalty, to punish betrayal. "Show me everything," he said. "Every debt, every contract, every obligation. I need to know what I have." The revelations continued through July and into August. The Black family, Harry learned, had been at the center of a web of economic relationships that touched nearly every noble house in Britain. The Greengrass debt was just the beginning. The Macmillans owed grazing rights on land that had once been Black territory. The Pottles had a contract to supply potions ingredients to Black apothecaries, a contract that had lapsed during the family's dormancy but could be reactivated. The Longbottoms held a parcel of land in Yorkshire that had been granted to them by a Black lord in the 15th century, technically a lease, not a sale, which meant the Blacks still held underlying title. The Longbottom land, Hermione breathed when Harry showed her that document. "Harry, if you wanted to, you could. Take it back." "Yes." He shook his head. "But I won't. Augusta Longbottom is one of our strongest allies. I'm not going to threaten her family's ancestral home. Even if you could. Especially because I could." He met her eyes. "That's the point, isn't it? Power isn't just about what you can take. It's about what you choose not to take. The Longbottoms need to know they're safe with me. That I won't use every weapon in my arsenal just because I can." Hermione nodded slowly. "That's actually very wise. Building trust. That's the plan. The first test came with the Greengrass debt. Harry invited Lord Greengrass to Grimmauld Place. For a private meeting, no other families present. They sat in the library, a fire crackling between them, cups of tea untouched on the table. "I've discovered something," Harry said quietly. "An old debt. Your family owes mine a significant sum." Greengrass went very still. "I see. And you're calling it in." "No." Harry met his eyes. "I'm forgiving it." The silence stretched. Greengrass's expression was unreadable. "Why?" he finally asked. "Because you're an ally. Because your support has meant something to me. Because I don't want to rule through fear and obligation, I want to rule through trust and mutual respect." Harry leaned forward. "The debt is gone. Consider it a gift from the House of Black to the House of Greengrass, in recognition of our alliance." Greengrass stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a genuine smile, warm and surprised. "You're either the most foolish lord I've ever met, or the most brilliant." He shook his head. "That debt has hung over my family for generations. My grandfather spent his whole life trying to pay it down. My father despaired of ever clearing it. And you, a boy of 14, just wipe it away with a word." He stood, extending his hand. "The House of Greengrass will not forget this, Lord Black. You have our gratitude. And our loyalty." Harry shook his hand, feeling the weight of the moment. He'd just turned a centuries-old obligation into something far more valuable, true allegiance, freely given. The news spread quickly through the noble families. By the end of August, every signatory house knew that Harry Potter, Lord Black, had forgiven the Greengrass debt. The reactions were exactly what he'd hoped for: surprise, respect, and a new willingness to trust. Augusta Longbottom sent a letter, brief but warm. "You've done well, boy. The old lords would never have shown such mercy. Perhaps that's why they're all dead." Madame Pottle wrote at greater length, expressing admiration and hinting that she'd like to discuss reactivating the old potions contract. Mr. Ollivander sent a simple message: "The wand chooses the wizard, they say." I'm beginning to think the same is true of lords. Even Lord Flint, who had been one of the more skeptical signatories, sent a grudging note of respect. But the most important reaction came from the families who hadn't signed, the neutrals who were still watching, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. Within a week of the Greengrass announcement, 3 of them contacted Harry requesting meetings. The Bulstrodes, who had originally declined to attend the council, now expressed interest in exploring potential cooperation. The Averys, whose refusal had been particularly dismissive, sent a cautious inquiry about trade opportunities. Even the Carows, those notorious survivors, reached out with oily messages of mutual benefit. Harry handled each approach carefully, consulting with Hermione and his core allies before responding. Some he welcomed, setting meetings for the coming weeks. Others he kept at arm's length, unwilling to commit until he understood their true intentions. A few, the Carows particularly, he politely but firmly deferred, unwilling to bring known opportunists into the compact. Your influence is growing, Dumbledore observed during one of his rare visits to Grimmauld Place. The old headmaster looked tired, worn by the Ministry's campaign against him, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. The economic lever is often more powerful than the military one. You've learned that young. Harry nodded. I'm just trying to build something that will last. Something that can protect people when. He stopped, unwilling to finish the sentence. When I'm gone, Dumbledore completed gently. It's all right, Harry. We both know what's coming. The prophecy, the war, the final confrontation. I've made my peace with it. The question is whether you have. Harry looked at him, at this man who had guided him, protected him, kept secrets from him. He felt the familiar mix of love and resentment, trust and doubt. I'm making my own peace, he said. In my own way. Dumbledore smiled. So I see. The compact, the alliances, the economic restructuring, these are your preparations, your army. And a finer army I've rarely seen, for all that it wears robes rather than armor. He rose, preparing to leave. One word of warning, Harry. Economic power attracts enemies as surely as military power. The Malfoys won't take these losses quietly. They'll strike back, not at you directly, perhaps, but at your allies. At your interests. Be ready. Harry had already considered this. I will be. The strike came 3 weeks later, in a way Harry hadn't anticipated. He was in the library, reviewing the newly reactivated potions contract with Madame Pottle, when Creature appeared with an ashen face. Master, the Welsh mining concern. The one we reclaimed from Malfoy. There's been an accident. A collapse. 12 goblins dead, and, the elf's voice cracked. And they're blaming Master. They say the mines weren't properly maintained. That Master's negligence caused the deaths. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. That's not possible. Gringotts inspected the mines before we took possession. They certified them as safe. The goblins are saying the inspection was incomplete. That Gringotts was pressured to approve the transfer quickly, to avoid complications with the Malfoy dispute. Creature's hands were shaking. Master, the goblin community is in uproar. They're calling for blood price. For restitution. He couldn't finish. Harry was already moving, grabbing his cloak, his wand. Where's Hermione? Ron. Miss Granger is in the drawing room with Miss Pottle. Mr. Weasley is. Get them. We're going to Gringotts. Now. The flow ride to Diagon Alley was a blur of green fire and spinning rooms. When Harry stumbled out into the Gringotts atrium, he found chaos. Goblins shouted in their own language, their voices sharp with rage. Wizards pressed against the doors, trying to enter, being held back by armed guards. And in the center of it all, Ragnarok stood like a stone, his face carved from ancient rock. Lord Black. The goblin's voice cut through the noise. You have some nerve, showing your face here. The mine collapse, I had nothing to do with it. Gringotts inspected those mines. You certified them. Inspected under pressure. Approved under duress. Ragnarok's eyes blazed. We were told the transfer needed to happen quickly, that the Malfoy dispute required immediate resolution. We trusted your representations. 12 of our people are dead because of that trust. Harry felt the weight of the accusation like a physical blow. I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know the mines were unsafe. If you had, what? You'd have fixed them. You'd have delayed the transfer. Ragnarok's voice dripped with scorn. You're a child playing at lordship, and children make mistakes. But children don't usually get people killed. Hermione appeared at Harry's side, her face pale but determined. Ragnarok, please. Harry had nothing to do with this. The Malfoys managed those mines for years. If anyone's responsible for the neglect, it's them. The Malfoys are not here. The Malfoys did not reclaim the mines and assume responsibility for them. Ragnarok's gaze never left Harry's face. The Black family is responsible now. The Black family must answer. Harry understood. This wasn't just about the mine collapse, it was about the deeper tensions between wizards and goblins. About centuries of mistrust and exploitation. The goblins had accepted him as Lord Black because he'd followed their rules, respected their authority. Now they were testing him, testing whether he would take responsibility, whether he would deal honestly, whether he was any different from the wizards who had wronged them for generations. What do you want? He asked quietly. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. Blood price. For each goblin killed, a payment to their families. Full restitution for the loss of the mine's productivity while it's closed. And a public acknowledgement, in the prophet, in front of the Wizengamot, that the Black family failed in its duty. The terms were harsh. The public acknowledgement alone would be devastating. It would give Malfoy exactly the ammunition he needed to renew his attacks. But if Harry refused, he'd confirm every negative stereotype about wizards, every goblin's suspicion that they couldn't be trusted. He thought of the compact, of the families who had pledged loyalty to him. He thought of Dumbledore's warning about economic power attracting enemies. He thought of Sirius, who had always done what was right, even when it cost him. Done, he said. Ragnarok blinked. Done. You accept. Without negotiation. 12 goblins are dead because of a mine my family owned. I don't care who was managing it, the responsibility is mine now. Harry met the goblin's eyes. The blood price will be paid. The restitution will be made. And I'll publish whatever acknowledgement you require. Silence fell over the atrium. Goblins stared. Wizards stared. Even Hermione looked shocked. Ragnarok studied Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, his expression shifted. The rage didn't disappear, but something else joined it, something that might have been respect. You are either very brave or very foolish, Lord Black. I've been told that before. The corner of Ragnarok's mouth twitched. I believe you have. He turned to the gathered goblins, speaking in their own language. The crowd murmured, then slowly began to disperse. Some shot dark looks at Harry, but others were watching him with new eyes. Come, Ragnarok said. We have much to discuss. The blood price, the restitution, and, he paused. And how the Malfoys will answer for their role in this. Because make no mistake, Lord Black, they arranged this. They knew the mines were unsafe, and they forced the transfer to happen before the danger could be discovered. They wanted this outcome. They wanted you to face exactly this choice. Harry felt the cold rage return. Malfoy. Always Malfoy. Then we'll make them answer together, he said. The House of Black and Gringotts, united against those who would harm both. Ragnarok's smile was sharp and dangerous. Now that, Lord Black, is a negotiation I'm very interested in having. They talked for hours. By the time Harry emerged from Gringotts, the summer sun had set and Diagon Alley was quiet. Hermione walked beside him, silent for once, while Ron brought up the rear, still looking dazed. You just agreed to pay a lot of gold, Ron said finally. Like, a really lot. Yes. And you're going to publish a statement saying you failed in your duty. Yes. And now you're going to work with the goblins to go after Malfoy. Yes. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, you know, most people would have tried to fight it. Blame Malfoy, blame the previous management, weasel out of responsibility. I'm not most people. No, Ron agreed, a grin spreading across his face. You're really not. They reached the leaky cauldron, preparing to flow home. But before Harry stepped into the fire, he paused, looking back at the dark shape of Gringotts against the starry sky. Something had changed tonight. He'd gone in as a lord facing a crisis. He'd come out as something more, a partner, an ally, a wizard the goblins might actually trust. The blood price was steep, the restitution painful, but the relationship he'd built with Ragnarok in those hours of negotiation was worth more than gold. The Malfoys had tried to destroy him. Instead, they'd given him his greatest weapon yet, the trust of the Goblin Nation. The game continued, and Harry was learning to play it very, very well. Chapter 9, The Noble Council. Autumn settled over Grimmauld Place like a familiar cloak, bringing with it the first formal meeting of what the families had begun calling simply, the Council. 13 crests now blazed above the stateroom fireplace, their magic intertwined, their presence a constant reminder of the bonds sealed in blood and fire. Harry stood at the window of the ancestral drawing room, watching leaves drift across the square below. The house was quiet, Creature having finished his preparations hours ago. In less than an hour, the heads of 12 noble families would arrive for the first official session of the Council of Ancient Houses. The first such meeting in nearly 3 centuries. You should eat something. Hermione's voice came from behind him, soft with concern. He turned to find her holding a plate of sandwiches, her expression a mixture of pride and worry. Not hungry. You're always hungry. You're just nervous. She set the plate on a side table and came to stand beside him. It's going to be fine, Harry. You've done everything right. The families trust you. Trust me, or trust that I'm useful. He shook his head. Greengrass is here because I forgave his debt. Longbottom because I haven't threatened her land. Pottle because I reactivated her contract. What happens when the debts are paid, the contracts fulfilled, the immediate benefits exhausted? Hermione considered this. Then they stay because you've built something worth staying for. Because the council gives them something they can't get anywhere else. A voice, a community, a way to survive the coming storm. She touched his arm. You're not just buying loyalty, Harry. You're earning it. There's a difference. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that the families gathering today weren't just opportunists, that the bonds they'd formed were real. But the weight of responsibility pressed down on him, heavier than any cloak, colder than any winter. Lord Black. Creature's voice echoed from the doorway. The first guests have arrived. Lord and Lady Pottle, with their daughters. Harry straightened, pushing his doubts aside. Show them to the stateroom. Offer refreshments. I'll be there shortly. The stateroom looked magnificent. The enchanted windows showed a peaceful autumn landscape, all gold and red, while floating candles cast warm light over the black marble table. Lord and Lady Pottle stood near the fireplace, their daughters Parvati and Padma beside them, both girls Harry knew from Hogwarts, though not well. Lord Black. Lord Pottle stepped forward, offering his hand. Thank you for hosting. The room is impressive. The house welcomes its guests. Harry had learned the formal responses from Creature's patient teaching. Please, be comfortable. Others will arrive shortly. Parvati was watching him with open curiosity. In the common room at Hogwarts, she'd always been part of Lavender's crowd, giggling, gossipy, interested in boys and divination. Here, in the formal setting of Grimmauld Place, she seemed different. More serious, more aware. We're in your house now, she said quietly, as her parents moved away to admire the enchanted windows. Bound by your compact. It feels strange, knowing you as a classmate, and now. And now what? She met his eyes. And now seeing you as something else. Something more. She glanced at her sister, who nodded. Our parents have told us what you're doing. Building alliances, challenging the ministry, preparing for the war everyone pretends isn't coming. It's a lot. I'm just trying to protect people, Harry said. Same as always. Not the same. Padma's voice was soft but firm. Before, you fought alone, or with Dumbledore, with the Order. Now you're building something that will last beyond any single battle. That's different. Before Harry could respond, the flow flared again, announcing more arrivals. Lord Greengrass appeared, accompanied by Daphne, her grey eyes cool and assessing. Lord Macmillan followed, Ernie at his side, beaming with barely contained excitement. Lord Folly came alone, leaning on his silver-topped cane. Mr. Ollivander drifted in like smoke, his pale eyes taking in everything. By the time Augusta Longbottom arrived with a quietly determined Susan Bones, the room held representatives of all 13 families. Harry moved among them, greeting each, ensuring they were comfortable, listening to their conversations with half an ear while his mind raced through the agenda he'd prepared. Finally, he took his place at the head of the table. The room fell silent. Thank you all for coming. His voice carried in the acoustically perfect space. This is the first formal meeting of the Council of Ancient Houses in nearly 300 years. I won't pretend that's not significant, it is. But I also won't pretend that we're here for ceremony. He paused, meeting the eyes around the table. We're here because the world is changing. Because the Dark Lord is gathering power. Because the Ministry is either unable or unwilling to protect us. And because the old ways, the ways of our ancestors, offer a path forward that modern institutions cannot. Lord Greengrass leaned forward. You speak of the old ways, Lord Black. But the old ways included things we've left behind for good reason. Blood purity, feudal obligations, the subjugation of those deemed lesser. How do we reclaim the strengths of the past without reclaiming its horrors? The question hung in the air. Harry had known it would come, he'd prepared for it. We choose. He met Greengrass's eyes. The old ways weren't monolithic. They evolved over centuries. At their best, they were about mutual protection, shared prosperity, and respect for ancient magic. At their worst, he glanced at the tapestry on the wall, at the burned names of those the family had disowned. At their worst, they were about fear and control. We have the power to choose which parts we reclaim. And how do we ensure we choose rightly? Augusta Longbottom's voice was sharp. Good intentions are not enough. I've seen too many well-meaning reforms lead to disaster. You hold me accountable. Harry's response was immediate. The council isn't a monarchy, it's a partnership. I convene, I propose, but I don't command. Every family here has a voice. Every family here can veto any decision that threatens its interests. The compact ensures that. Lord Macmillan nodded slowly. The checks are there, Augusta. I've reviewed them myself. No single house can dominate, not even the blacks. Lady Pottle spoke up. What about families who aren't here? The neutrals, the Malfoy allies, the ones who refused to sign. That's our next challenge. Harry pulled a parchment from his robes, spreading it on the table. Since the mine incident, since Gringotts and I reached our agreement, 3 more families have contacted me. The Bulstrodes, the Averys, and yes, the Carrows. He saw several faces tighten at that name. They want to talk. They want to explore cooperation. The Carrows cannot be trusted. Lord Folly's thin voice cut through the murmurs. I've known that family for 80 years. They've betrayed every ally they've ever had. I know. Harry met his eyes. Which is why I haven't agreed to anything. But I also haven't refused. The Carrows are influential. If they join Malfoy's camp, they add significant strength to the other side. If we can keep them neutral, or even draw them toward us, we weaken our enemies. At what cost? Augusta demanded. The Carrows don't do anything without extracting payment. What will they demand? Harry spread his hands. That's what we need to discuss. Together. As a council. He looked around the table. I'm not making these decisions alone. That's the point of this body. We debate, we deliberate, we decide as one. If the council votes to exclude the Carrows, I'll respect that. If the council votes to explore engagement, I'll pursue it. But the choice belongs to all of us. Silence followed. Then, slowly, Lord Greengrass smiled. You mean it, he said. You actually mean it. You're not just saying the words, you're willing to be bound by our collective judgment. I'm 14 years old. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. I don't have all the answers. I never claimed to. What I have is a name, a house, and a determination to see us through the coming storm. The wisdom has to come from all of us. Augusta Longbottom studied him for a long moment. Then, to Harry's surprise, she nodded, a small, almost imperceptible movement, but unmistakable. Then let's begin. The discussion that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. For hours, the families debated, not as rivals, not as enemies, but as partners. They argued about the Carrows, about the ministry, about how to respond to the escalating attacks that the prophet still refused to report. They disagreed passionately, sometimes angrily, but always within the bounds of the compact's protocols. Lord Folly wanted to confront the ministry directly, demanding recognition of the council's legitimacy. Lady Pottle argued for a quieter approach, building economic strength before seeking political power. Lord Greengrass proposed a middle path, gradual engagement, testing the ministry's reactions before committing to any course. Harry listened more than he spoke, learning the rhythms of noble debate, the subtle cues that indicated who was persuading whom. He watched Augusta Longbottom anchor the traditionalists, Lord Macmillan bridge between factions, Mr. Ollivander offer unexpected insights from his unique perspective. When the discussion finally wound down, they had reached a consensus. They would engage the neutral families carefully, starting with the Bulstrodes and Averys while keeping the Carrows at arm's length. They would continue building economic strength through the reactivated contracts and new trade agreements. And they would prepare for the day when the ministry could no longer ignore them. Before we adjourn, Harry said, I want to propose something. He waited for quiet. This council meets in Grimmauld Place because the Black family convenes it. But this shouldn't be the Black family's council. It should belong to all of us. He reached into his robes and drew out a small box, its surface carved with the crests of all 13 families. Opening it, he revealed a ring, simple silver, set with 13 small gems in a circle. I've asked the goblins to craft this, he said. It's keyed to the compact's magic. Whoever wears it can convene the council, can speak for all of us in emergencies, can act with our collective authority. I propose that we rotate it among the families, a different house holds it each year, so no one dominates. Shocked silence. Then Lord Greengrass laughed, a genuine, surprised laugh. You're giving away power. You're voluntarily limiting your own authority. I'm sharing responsibility. Harry met his eyes. The council is stronger if everyone feels ownership. If everyone knows that someday, they'll hold the ring. Augusta Longbottom reached out, touching the ring with one gnarled finger. This is unprecedented. No lord in history has ever proposed such a thing. Then maybe it's time for something unprecedented. Harry looked around the table. The old ways failed because they were rigid, because they concentrated power in too few hands. If we want something new, something that lasts, we need to be willing to be new ourselves. One by one, the families nodded. Lord Greengrass first, then Lady Pottle, then Lord Macmillan, then the others. Even Augusta Longbottom, after a long moment, inclined her head. Then we're agreed, Harry said. The council will choose its first bearer by lot, here and now. And we'll begin again, together. The choosing was simple, 13 slips of parchment in a goblet, each bearing a family name. Lord Folly, as the eldest, drew the winning slip and read it aloud. Pottle. Lady Patil's eyes widened. Her husband gripped her hand. Their daughters, watching from the sidelines, exchanged stunned glances. Lady Pottle looked at the ring Harry offered, then at the assembled families. I don't know what to say. Say you'll accept, Harry said gently. Say you'll hold the ring for a year, convene the council when needed, speak for us all. Then pass it on when your time is done. She took the ring with trembling fingers, sliding it onto her hand. For a moment, it glowed, the 13 gems blazing with light, and then settled into a warm, steady gleam. I accept, she said, her voice strengthening. I'll hold it faithfully, and pass it on as we've agreed. The room erupted in applause, formal, restrained noble applause, but genuine nonetheless. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The council was no longer his alone. It belonged to all of them now. As the families departed through the flow, offering farewells and promises to meet again, Harry found himself standing beside Daphne Greengrass. She'd been quiet throughout the proceedings, watching everything with those cool gray eyes. You surprised them, she said quietly. The ring, the rotation, the willingness to share power. They didn't expect that from a 14-year-old. Maybe that's why it worked. He glanced at her. What did you think? She considered. I thought you were either very naive or very clever. I'm still deciding which. Can I be both? A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Maybe. Time will tell. She paused, then added, my father trusts you now. Not just because of the debt, because of today. Because you proved you're not like the other lords. And you. I'm watching, learning, deciding what kind of lady I want to be someday. She met his eyes. You're an interesting example, Lord Black. Flawed, complicated, but interesting. Before Harry could respond, her father called her to the flow. She nodded once, formally, and was gone. The stateroom felt empty after they'd all left. Harry stood alone at the head of the table, the 13 crests blazing above the fireplace, the echoes of debate and laughter still hanging in the air. Hermione found him there, Ron close behind. You did it, she said softly. You actually did it. A functional noble council, bound by compact, sharing power, making decisions together. That's historic. It's a start. Harry turned from the window. A good start. But just a start. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Mate, you just got 13 ancient families to agree on something. My mum can't get 3 people to agree on what to have for dinner. This is massive. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. When you put it that way. They stood together, the 3 of them, looking at the blazing crests. Outside, London moved on, unaware of the history being made in the old house on Grimmauld Place. Inside, ancient magic pulsed and stirred, waking from its long sleep to serve a new purpose. The council had convened. The families had spoken. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, had taken the first real step toward something that might actually last. The war was coming, but for the first time, Harry felt ready to face it, not alone, not as Dumbledore's soldier, but as the heart of an alliance bound by more than fear. Bound by choice. Bound by trust. Bound by hope. Chapter 10, The Ministry Pushback. The first snow of December fell softly over London, blanketing Grimmauld Place in a silence that felt almost peaceful. Harry stood at the window of the state-room, watching flakes drift past the enchanted glass, but his mind was far from peaceful. The owl had arrived at dawn. It was a formal ministry document, stamped with official seals and written in the dense legalese that Hermione had taught him to decipher. The gist was simple. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was launching an inquiry into irregularities in noble house governance, with particular attention to unauthorized assemblies claiming legislative authority. The council was being investigated. The wording is careful, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder for the dozenth time. They're not accusing anyone of anything, yet. They're just gathering information. But if they find what they're looking for, they'll disband us. Harry's voice was flat. They'll declare the compact illegal, strip the signatory families of their Wizengamot seats, and probably arrest me for good measure. Probably not arrest. You're still a minor, and public opinion would turn against them if they tried. But the rest, yes. They could dismantle everything we've built. Ron, sprawled across a chaise lounge with a half-eaten apple, looked up. Can they do that? I thought the old families had rights. Ancient charters and all that. They do. But the ministry's argument will be that those rights don't include forming a competing government. Which technically, we haven't. The council doesn't pass laws, doesn't levy taxes, doesn't claim sovereignty. We're just a mutual defense and economic cooperation pact. Hermione's expression was troubled. But, just, is doing a lot of work there. The ministry sees any organized noble bloc as a threat to their authority. Harry turned from the window. We need to talk to the families. Warn them. Prepare a response. Already done. Hermione held up a stack of parchment. I drafted a memorandum an hour ago. Creatures delivering copies now. We're calling an emergency council session for tomorrow. Harry stared at her. You drafted a what? When did you? While you were brooding at the window. She smiled slightly. Someone has to keep things moving. The emergency session was the most tense gathering the council had yet experienced. Families arrived grim-faced, their usual greetings curt. Lady Pottle wore the ring of office on her finger, its gems dark against her skin. She'd activated its emergency summoning property as soon as she received Hermione's memorandum. They're targeting us specifically, Lord Greengrass said without preamble, spreading ministry documents across the table. I have contacts in the department. This inquiry was requested personally by the minister, and guess who's been meeting with Fudge regularly for the past month? Malfoy. Harry's voice was cold. Lucius Malfoy, yes. And others. The pro-Voldemort families who refused to join us. They're pushing the ministry to act, using Fudge's fear of Dumbledore and anyone associated with him. Augusta Longbottom's lips thinned. Fudge is a fool, but he's not usually this aggressive. What changed? Public pressure. Lady Pottle spoke up. The prophet has been running stories about noble conspiracies and ancient houses plotting against the ministry. Rita Skeeter has been particularly vicious. The public is frightened, and frightened people demand action. Harry remembered Skeeter's articles from the tournament. The way she'd twisted everything made him look unstable and attention-seeking. If she was writing about the council now, we need to fight back, he said. Publicly. Not just defensively, but offensively. Show people what we're actually doing: mutual defense, economic cooperation, community support. Make them see us as protectors, not plotters. And how do we do that? Lord Macmillan asked. The prophet won't print our side. Skeeter controls the narrative. Then we create our own narrative. Harry had been thinking about this since the owl arrived. We have resources. We have connections. We start our own publication, a newsletter, a broadsheet, something that goes directly to wizarding households. We tell our own story. Shocked silence. Then Lord Folly chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. A rebel press. The ministry will love that. The ministry already hates us. At least this way, people hear our side. Lady Pottle nodded slowly. It's bold, risky, but it could work. The old families have distribution networks, owl posts, flow connections, house elf messengers. We could reach every magical household in Britain within a week. I'll write the first issue, Hermione offered. Factual, clear, compelling. We'll explain who we are, what we're doing, why it matters. We'll include testimony from families who've benefited from the compact. We'll make it impossible to dismiss. Augusta Longbottom studied Harry with those sharp eyes. You've thought about this. Prepared for it. I've learned from watching the ministry. They control the narrative because no one challenges them. We're going to challenge them. A slow smile spread across Lord Greengrass's face. I like it. I like it very much. Dash dash dash. The first issue of the Noble Chronicle appeared 3 days later. It was modest, 8 pages, printed on good parchment, distributed by owls and elves and friendly shopkeepers. But its contents were anything but modest. Hermione had outdone herself, crafting articles that explained the council's purpose, highlighted its achievements, and directly rebutted the ministry's accusations. The lead story featured interviews with families who had benefited from the compact's economic provisions. Madame Pottle spoke about the reactivated potions contract and how it had saved her apothecary from bankruptcy. Lord Greengrass, in a carefully worded statement, mentioned the resolution of ancient obligations that had freed his family from centuries of debt. Mr. Ollivander contributed a thoughtful piece on how cooperation among wandmakers could improve quality and accessibility. The second page addressed the ministry inquiry directly, quoting from the ancient charters that guaranteed noble houses the right to assemble and consult. "We are not forming a government," the article stated plainly. "We are exercising rights that predate the ministry itself, rights that have never been lawfully revoked. If the ministry wishes to challenge those rights, let them do so openly, in the Wizengamot, where all may witness." The response was immediate and overwhelming. By the end of the first day, requests for additional copies flooded every signatory house. By the second day, owls from neutral families arrived, expressing interest and requesting meetings. By the third day, even some of the Malfoy-allied houses had sent cautious inquiries, not about joining, but about understanding the council's position. "It's working," Hermione breathed, sorting through the latest batch of responses. "People are actually listening. They're questioning the ministry's narrative." Harry allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Then he saw the headline of the Evening Prophet, delivered by a breathless creature. "Ministry cracks down on Noble, conspiracy, Fudge promises action. They're doubling down," he said quietly. "This is going to escalate." Dash dash dash. Escalate it did. Within a week, the ministry had issued formal summons to every signatory family head, requiring their appearance before the Wizengamot Committee on Noble Governance. The hearings were scheduled for January, after the Christmas holidays, a delay that Harry suspected was meant to allow fear to fester. But the families surprised him. Instead of retreating, they rallied. "We'll appear together," Lord Greengrass declared at a pre-hearing strategy session. "All 13 of us, walking into that chamber as one. Let them see our unity." The committee might not allow that, Hermione warned. "They could insist on individual testimony. Then we insist on our right to counsel and support. The ancient charters guarantee it." Augusta Longbottom's voice was steel. "We've faced worse than Amos Diggory and his committee. We'll face this too." Harry watched them, these proud, ancient families who had spent centuries competing and feuding, now united against a common foe. The compact had done what generations of warfare could not, forged true alliance. "There's something else," he said. "The goblins. They've offered to testify on our behalf, about the mine investigation, about the Malfoy fraud, about the economic benefits of noble cooperation." Shock rippled around the table. Goblins testifying for wizards. In a ministry hearing. "Ragnarok came to me yesterday," Harry continued. "He said the goblins have watched the ministry's tactics for centuries. They've been on the receiving end of similar inquiries, investigations that were really about control, not justice. He wants to help." Lord Folly's ancient face creased in something like wonder. "Goblins and wizards, standing together. I never thought I'd see the day." "The world is changing," Harry said. "We either change with it, or we're left behind." Dash dash dash. The day of the hearing dawned cold and gray. Harry dressed carefully in formal robes of black and silver, the black crest gleaming over his heart. Hermione had insisted on pressing every fold, checking every detail. "You look like a lord," she said quietly. "Whatever happens today, remember that. You've earned that right." Ron waited by the flow, his expression unusually serious. "Mum's got the whole family on alert. If anything goes wrong, if they try anything, we're ready." Harry gripped his friend's shoulder. "Thanks, both of you, for everything." Then he stepped into the fire and shouted, "Ministry of Magic." Dash dash dash. The hearing chamber was packed. Rows of spectators filled the galleries, journalists, curious onlookers, representatives from neutral families. The Committee on Noble Governance sat at a raised dais, 5 witches and wizards in formal robes, their expressions carefully neutral. At the center sat Amos Diggory, his usually genial face set in stern lines. The 13 families entered together. Harry led them, as convener of the council. Behind him walked Lady Pottle, bearing the ring of office. Then Lord Greengrass, Augusta Longbottom, Lord Macmillan, Lord Folly, Mr. Ollivander, and the others. They processed down the central aisle in silence, taking seats reserved for them in the front rows. Diggory banged his gavel. This hearing of the Wizengamot Committee on Noble Governance is now in session. We are here to investigate concerns regarding the so-called Council of Ancient Houses and its compliance with ministry regulations. Harry rose. With respect, committee chairman, the council is not a so-called anything. It is a lawful assembly of noble houses, exercising rights guaranteed by ancient charter, rights that predate the ministry and have never been revoked. Diggory's eyes narrowed. Mr. Potter. Lord Black. Harry's voice was calm but firm. If we're observing formalities, I would ask that you use my correct title. A murmur ran through the gallery. Diggory's face reddened slightly. Lord Black, then, you may sit down. We will call witnesses in due order. I'm not here to disrupt your proceedings, Chairman. I'm here to state, clearly and on the record, that the Council has broken no laws, violated no regulations, and threatened no one. We are families, ancient families, exercising our right to consult and cooperate. If that is a crime, then half the noble houses in Britain have been criminals for centuries. From the audience, someone laughed, quickly stifled. Diggory's gavel banged again. Lord Black, you will restrain yourself or be removed. Harry sat, but he'd made his point. The families around him nodded almost imperceptibly. The message had been sent. They would not be cowed. The hearings lasted 3 days. Witness after witness testified, for the ministry, for the council, for the goblins, for the neutral families who had been watching from the sidelines. Ragnarok's testimony was particularly devastating. He documented, in precise goblin detail, how the Malfoy fraud had been uncovered through the council's cooperation with Gringotts, and how the Mind tragedy had been addressed with honor and restitution. The Black family, Ragnarok stated flatly, acted with more integrity in 1 week than the ministry has shown in a century of dealing with my people. If this is the kind of leadership the council represents, the Goblin Nation will watch its development with great interest. Diggory looked uncomfortable. The committee appreciates your testimony, account manager. However, Goblin affairs are outside our jurisdiction. Everything is outside your jurisdiction when it's convenient. Ragnarok's lip curled. I've said what I came to say. The rest is for your conscience. When the hearings finally concluded, the committee retreated to deliberate. The families waited in an anteroom, tension thick as fog. Lady Pottle touched Harry's arm. Whatever happens, we've made our stand. The world has seen us, really seen us. That matters. He nodded, but his stomach churned. So much depended on this. The compact, the council, the alliances he'd spent months building, all of it could be destroyed by a few strokes of a bureaucrat's quill. The wait stretched into hours. Finally, as evening darkened the windows, they were summoned back. Diggory's face was unreadable. The committee has reached its decision. Harry held his breath. After reviewing all testimony and consulting relevant statutes and charters, we find that the Council of Ancient Houses has not violated any existing law. Its activities, consultation, mutual defense agreements, economic cooperation, fall within the rights guaranteed to noble families under the original Wizengamot Charter of 1707 and subsequent confirmations. Relief flooded through Harry, so intense it made him dizzy. However, Diggory's voice sharpened. The committee expresses serious concern about the potential for such assemblies to exceed their lawful bounds. We therefore recommend that the full Wizengamot consider clarifying legislation, not to restrict noble rights, but to define them more clearly in the modern context. A compromise. A face-saving measure for the ministry. But not a defeat. We accept the committee's findings, Harry said, rising. And we welcome clarification. The council has nothing to hide. As they filed out of the chamber, Lord Greengrass caught Harry's eye. You did it, he murmured. Against all odds, you actually did it. We did it, Harry corrected. All of us. That night, they celebrated at Grimmauld Place, not lavishly, but warmly. The families gathered in the state room, toasting their victory with elf-made wine and creatures' surprisingly excellent canapés. Even Augusta Longbottom smiled, just a little. But as the festivities wound down and the last guests departed through the flow, Harry found himself alone in the ancestral drawing room, staring at the tapestry. The burned names still marked where Bellatrix and Narcissa had been. The scar where Sirius had been disowned remained, though the new threads now connected him to the family. History couldn't be erased, only acknowledged, incorporated, learned from. "You've done well." The voice came from behind him, soft, unexpected. Harry turned to find Daphne Greengrass standing in the doorway, still in her formal robes. "I thought you'd left with your father. I asked him to go ahead. I wanted to speak with you." She moved into the room, her eyes on the tapestry. Alone. Harry's heart beat faster, though he couldn't have said why. About what? She was silent for a moment, studying the names. About what comes next. The ministry won't stop, this was just the first battle. They'll try again, in different ways, with different tactics. And the Dark Lord, he's watching too. Waiting. I know. Do you? Really? She turned to face him. "You've built something remarkable here, Lord Black. But remarkable things attract remarkable attention, not all of it good. The families who joined you did so because they believed in your vision. But belief can waver. Loyalty can fracture. Power can corrupt." Harry met her eyes. "Is this a warning?" "It's an observation." She moved closer. "My father trusts you. That means something, he doesn't trust easily. But trust isn't enough. You need to keep building, keep strengthening, keep proving that this alliance is worth the risk. Because the moment people stop believing that..." She trailed off. They'll leave. Or worse, they'll turn." She held his gaze. "I've watched my father navigate noble politics my whole life. The one thing I've learned is that power is never static. It either grows or it decays. There's no standing still." Harry absorbed this. "You're saying I can't rest. Can't assume yesterday's victory means anything for tomorrow. I'm saying you're 14 years old, and you've already changed the game. That's extraordinary. But extraordinary isn't the same as safe." She smiled slightly. "I came to tell you that I'll be watching. Learning. And when my turn comes to lead my family, I'll remember what you built here, and whether you manage to sustain it." She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Good night, Lord Black. And well done. Truly." Then she was gone, leaving Harry alone with the tapestry and his thoughts. He looked at the names again, the burned, the scarred, the restored. Centuries of blacks, with all their triumphs and failures. And at the bottom, his own name, glittering like a newly forged star. The ministry had pushed back. He'd pushed harder. The game continued. But as he stood there, in the room where his journey had truly begun, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: hope. Not the fragile hope of a child waiting to be rescued, but something stronger. The hope of a lord who had built something real, something lasting. Something worth fighting for. The war was coming, but he wouldn't face it alone. The tapestry gleamed in the candlelight, and Harry smiled. Chapter 11, Bloodline Challenges. The winter holidays passed in a blur of strategy sessions and celebration. The ministry's defeat had strengthened the council's position, drawing in 3 of the neutral families who had been watching from the sidelines. By the time Harry returned to Hogwarts for the spring term, the compact included 16 families, still a minority of the noble houses, but a significant and growing bloc. But success breeds resentment, and resentment breeds action. The first challenge came on a bitter January morning, delivered by an owl Harry didn't recognize. The letter was formal, written on heavy parchment sealed with a crest he'd never seen, a serpent coiled around a dagger, both rendered in blood-red wax. To Harry James Potter, styling himself Lord Black. I, Edmund Carrow, rightful heir to the Carrow family and descendant of the Black line through my grandmother, do hereby challenge your claim to the lordship of the ancient and most noble House of Black. The blood that runs in my veins is older and purer than yours, tainted as you are by Muggle filth. I invoke the ancient right of bloodline challenge. You will meet me in the Chamber of Challenge at the Ministry of Magic, on the first Saturday of February, at noon. There, before witnesses bound by sacred oath, we will let the old magic decide which of us is worthy to bear the Black name. Asterisk. Refuse, and you admit your claim is false. Attend, and face the judgment of blood. Asterisk. Edmund Carrow. Harry read the letter 3 times, each time hoping the words would change. They didn't. He's what? Ron's voice rose to an incredulous squeak. He's challenging your blood. That's insane. You're literally in the tapestry. The magic accepted you. The old families have procedures for this. Hermione's face was pale. Bloodline challenges are ancient, they predate the ministry. If someone claims a closer blood connection to a noble house, they can demand a trial by combat or by ritual. The magic itself decides who's worthy. But Harry's already been recognized. The tapestry, the vault, the ring. All of which can be overridden by a successful challenge. Hermione's voice was tight with worry. If Kara wins, Harry loses everything. The title, the properties, the council leadership, all of it transfers to the challenger. Harry stared at the letter, the blood-red wax seeming to glow in the gray morning light. He's a Caro. They're Death Eater allies. Why would he want the black title now? Because you've made it valuable. Ron's voice was grim. Before you claimed it, the black name was dormant, a relic with no power. Now it's the heart of an alliance that's challenging the ministry and threatening Voldemort's plans. If Caro can take it from you, he doesn't just get a title. He gets control of everything you've built. The weight of that sank in. 16 families. Dozens of contracts. Economic agreements, mutual defense pacts, political alliances, all of it resting on Harry's claim to the black name. If that claim fell, I have to meet him, Harry said quietly. There's no choice. There's always a choice, Hermione protested. You could challenge the validity of the challenge itself, argue that his claim is spurious, that he has no standing. He's a Caro. His grandmother was a black. The blood connection is real. Harry had checked the tapestry, the name was there, faint but present, attached to a branch he'd barely noticed. The challenge is legitimate. If I refuse, I admit weakness. The council falls apart. Ron gripped his shoulder. Then you fight. And you win. Like you always do. This isn't like fighting a basilisk or a dragon. Harry met his friend's eyes. This is blood magic. Old magic. I don't even know what the ritual involves. Then we find out. Hermione was already reaching for books. We have 3 weeks. We'll learn everything there is to know about bloodline challenges. And we'll prepare you for whatever comes. The next 3 weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Hermione threw herself into research with manic energy, unearthing texts from the Black Library that hadn't been touched in centuries. Creature proved invaluable, his ancient memory holding details that no book contained, accounts of challenges witnessed, rituals described, outcomes recorded. The Bloodline Challenge has 2 forms, Hermione explained, spreading her notes across the library table. Combat and ritual. Combat is straightforward, they fight, the winner takes all. But ritual is more complex. It involves the old magic directly, the challenger and claimant stand in a circle of blood, and the magic itself decides who is worthy. Which one will Caro choose? Probably ritual. Combat favors you, you've faced Voldemort, survived dragons, fought Death Eaters. Caro's a pure-blood aristocrat, he's probably never been in a real fight in his life. But ritual, she hesitated. Ritual favors blood purity. The old magic was created when that mattered more than anything. It might judge against you simply because of your mother. Harry felt the familiar sting of that old wound. Lily Evans, the best person he'd ever known, reduced to Muggle-born taint by people who had never met her. Then we need to understand the ritual completely. Every detail, every possibility. Creature spoke up from the shadows. Master, there is something Creature remembers. A challenge, long ago, when Creature was young. A black cousin challenged the rightful lord, claimed the blood was stronger in his line. They chose ritual. Harry leaned forward. What happened? The cousin lost. Creature's eyes gleamed. Not because the blood was weaker, it wasn't. But because the ritual judges more than blood. It judges worthiness. The cousin was cruel, petty, obsessed with purity. The rightful lord was fair, just, respected by the house. The magic chose him. Hope flickered. So it's not just about bloodline. The blood is the door, master. But worthiness is the key. Creature bowed. The old magic sees what is in the heart. It cannot be fooled by claims of purity alone. The first Saturday of February arrived with gray skies and biting wind. Harry stood before the ministry flow in Grimmauld Place, dressed in formal robes, the black ring warm on his finger. Hermione and Ron flanked him, their faces set in matching expressions of determination. Behind them, the families had gathered. Lady Pottle wore the ring of office, her presence a reminder that the council stood with him. Lord Greengrass had come, and Augusta Longbottom, and even Lord Folly, leaning on his cane but unbowed. They filled the state room, 16 families represented, their magic adding to the weight of the moment. The Chamber of Challenge is in the Ministry's lowest levels, Lord Greengrass said quietly. It hasn't been used in over a century. The magic there is old, older than the Ministry itself. Whatever happens, trust yourself. The blood knows its own. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in his throat. Daphne Greengrass appeared at his side, her gray eyes serious. My father told me about the challenge. About what's at stake. She paused. I wanted to say, whatever happens, you've already changed things. The council, the compact, the way families work together now, that doesn't disappear just because of one ritual. Thank you. He meant it. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then stepped back. Go. And come back victorious. Harry turned to the flow, threw the powder, and shouted, Ministry of Magic. The Chamber of Challenge was unlike anything Harry had seen. It was a circular space, carved from living rock, its walls covered in runes that pulsed with faint light. The ceiling was lost in shadow, but occasional flickers of lightning suggested a storm raging far above, or perhaps just an illusion, designed to impress. In the center of the floor, a circle of dark stone was inlaid with silver, its surface etched with more runes. Edmund Caro awaited him. He was tall and pale, with the pointed features common to old pure-blood families. His robes were black, embroidered with the Caro crest, and his smile was thin and confident. Around him stood a small group of supporters, other Caros, Harry assumed, along with a few faces he recognized from Malfoy's circle. Lord Black. Caro's voice dripped with mockery. How brave of you to come. I expected you to hide behind your Dumbledore, like the coward you are. Harry didn't rise to the bait. You invoked the challenge. I'm here. Let's get this over with. Caro's eyes narrowed. Eager to lose, are you? A tall figure in formal robes stepped forward, the ministry official assigned to witness the challenge. The ritual will now commence. Both claimants will enter the circle. The old magic will judge. Harry walked to the circle, feeling the runes pulse as he approached. The moment his foot touched the silver-inlaid stone, he felt it, a surge of power, ancient and vast, reaching into him, reading him. His scar prickled, but not with pain, with awareness. Caro entered from the opposite side, his expression shifting from confidence to something like unease. He felt it too, Harry realized. The magic didn't care about their posturing. It cared about truth. The official raised his hands. By the power vested in me by the Ministry of Magic, and by the ancient laws that predate it, I open this challenge. Let the blood speak. Let the magic judge. Let the worthy claimant prevail. The runes blazed. Light erupted from the circle, white and blinding, lifting Harry from his feet. He hung suspended, aware of Caro floating opposite him, both of them trapped in the magic's grip. And then the questioning began. It wasn't words, it was deeper than words. The magic reached into his mind, his heart, his very soul. It asked, who are you? Asterisk. Harry thought of the cupboard under the stairs. Of Hogwarts, the first real home he'd ever known. Of his mother's love, preserved in a Patronus. Of his father's sacrifice, witnessed in a mirror. Of Sirius, who had given everything for him. Of his friends, who stood by him always. He thought of the compact, of the families who had trusted him. Of the goblins, who had called him honorable. Of the challenges he'd faced, basilisks, dragons, Death Eaters, Voldemort himself, and survived not through purity, but through love and loyalty and the willingness to fight for others. The magic asked, why do you claim this name? Asterisk. He thought of the vault, the ledger, his name in fading ink. He thought of the tapestry, burning away the disgraced, leaving the worthy. He thought of Sirius, scarred but restored, part of the family again. He thought of all the blacks who had come before, the good, the bad, the complicated, and how their blood ran in his veins whether he wanted it or not. I claim it because it's mine, asterisk, he answered silently. Not because I'm pure, not because I'm worthy, but because the blood chose me. And I choose to use it for good. Asterisk. Across the circle, Caro was writhing. The magic's questions were harder on him, exposing his cruelty, his ambition, his obsession with purity. Harry could feel it, faintly, like echoes of a conversation in another room. Caro's answers were all about blood, about status, about the superiority of his line. The magic found them, hollow. The light intensified. Harry felt himself being weighed, measured, judged. And then, suddenly, it was over. He dropped to the stone floor, gasping. Across the circle, Caro collapsed in a heap, his fine robes disheveled, his face pale with shock. The official's voice rang out, "The magic has spoken. Harry James Potter, Lord Black, is confirmed as the rightful claimant. The challenge is resolved." Caro's supporters rushed forward, gathering their fallen champion. He was conscious but dazed, his eyes unfocused. As they dragged him from the chamber, he managed one last look at Harry, not hatred, Harry realized. Something like fear. Harry stood alone in the circle, the runes still pulsing faintly. He felt different, stronger, somehow, but also more connected. The black magic that had recognized him months ago now felt like part of him, woven into his very being. Lord Greengrass appeared at the edge of the circle, his face split by a rare grin. "You did it. The magic confirmed you, not just as claimant, but as worthy. That's never happened before. Not in any challenge I've heard of." "What do you mean? The magic usually just picks a winner." This time, it made a statement. He gestured at the runes, which were still glowing, not with the white light of the challenge, but with a warm, golden radiance. "You're not just the Lord by blood. You're the Lord by choice. By worth. The old magic has never been so clear." Harry looked at his hands, at the ring glowing on his finger. He felt the truth of Greengrass's words. The challenge hadn't just confirmed his claim, it had deepened it. He was part of the Black legacy now, truly and completely. They celebrated at Grimmauld Place that night, a real celebration, with music and dancing and enough food to feed an army. The families had outdone themselves, bringing dishes from their own kitchens, sharing stories of old challenges and older magic. Even Creature, usually so reserved, was seen actually smiling as he circulated with trays of drinks. Harry stood apart for a moment, watching the festivities. Ron was attempting to dance with Hermione, with predictably clumsy results. The Pottle twins were laughing at something Parvati had said. Lord Greengrass and Augusta Longbottom were deep in conversation, their heads bent together like old allies rather than wary competitors. Daphne appeared at his side, as she seemed to do more and more often. "You're not dancing. Not much of a dancer." "Neither am I." She watched the crowd for a moment. "But I am learning to watch. To see how people move, how they interact. My father says that's the most important skill for a leader." "Your father's wise." "He is." She glanced at him. "He also says you're the most interesting thing to happen to noble politics in a century." He's not sure if that's good or bad yet. Harry laughed softly. "Neither am I." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching their families celebrate. The black crest blazed above the fireplace, joined by 16 others in a circle of light. The tapestry glowed with renewed magic, Harry's name bright at the bottom, connected now to every worthy black who had come before. The bloodline challenge was over. Harry had won. But more than that, he had proven something, to the families, to the ministry, to himself. He wasn't just playing at lordship. He was a lord, in truth and magic, chosen by forces older than anyone fully understood. The war was coming. Voldemort was gathering power. The ministry was still hostile, still suspicious. But tonight, none of that mattered. Tonight, there was only this family, chosen in blood, gathered in celebration. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, at the center of it all. The music swelled. Somewhere, someone called his name. He smiled, pushed off from the wall, and went to join his people. Chapter 12, Reforming Tradition. Spring arrived late that year, painting London in reluctant shades of green. Harry watched it from the windows of Grimmauld Place, his 15th birthday recently passed, his mind occupied with problems far heavier than the average 5th year's OWL concerns. The bloodline challenge had solidified his position. No one questioned his right to the black name now, not after the old magic had spoken so decisively. But with that certainty came new responsibilities, new expectations. The families looked to him not just as a convener, but as a leader. A lord in more than name. And with that leadership came a question he could no longer avoid: what kind of lord would he be? The Black family's history was written in the tapestry, generations of pure blood arrogance, of cruelty disguised as tradition, of children disowned for loving the wrong people. Sirius's burned image still bore the scar of that cruelty. Andromeda's name remained a blackened wound. Countless others had been erased for lesser crimes. Harry couldn't change the past. But he could change the future. I want to reform the family doctrines, he announced at the next council meeting. The old rules, the ones about blood purity, about disownment, about who can and cannot be considered family. I want them abolished. Silence greeted his words. The 16 families around the table exchanged glances, some surprised, some thoughtful, some wary. Lord Greengrass spoke first. That's a significant undertaking, Lord Black. The family doctrines aren't just rules, they're magical. They're woven into the house itself, into the tapestry, into the wards. Changing them requires more than a declaration. I know. Harry had researched this with Hermione's help. The doctrines can only be changed by the Lord of the House, in a formal ritual, with the consent of the family magic. But I am the Lord. And the magic has already shown it accepts me. Augusta Longbottom leaned forward. And what exactly do you propose to change? Everything that discriminates based on blood. The requirements for marriage within pure blood lines. The automatic disownment of those who marry muggles or muggle-borns. The provisions that treat half-bloods as lesser. Harry's voice was steady. The Black family has spent centuries destroying itself with these rules. Sirius was lost because of them. Andromeda was lost. How many others? I won't continue that legacy. Murmurs rippled around the table. Lord Macmillan looked troubled. The old families have always had such rules. They're part of what defines us. They're part of what's killing us. Harry met his eyes. The pure blood families are dying out, intermarrying, having fewer children, clinging to outdated notions while the world moves on. The Weasleys are mocked for their blood traitor ways, but they're thriving. They have more children, more connections, more influence than families twice their size. Why? Because they don't limit themselves. Arthur Weasley, present as always, nodded slowly. He's not wrong. Molly and I have always believed that love matters more than blood. Our children have married muggle-borns, half-bloods, even a werewolf, and our family is stronger for it. A werewolf. Lord Folly's ancient voice was sharp. You're proud of that. Bill married Tonks. Remus Lupin was one of the best men I ever knew. Arthur's voice was quiet but firm. Their child is our grandchild. Blood doesn't enter into it. The tension in the room was palpable. Harry could feel the divisions, the traditionalists who clung to old ways, the progressives who saw the future, the undecided who waited to see which way the wind would blow. I'm not asking the council to change its own rules, he said. I'm telling you what I intend to do with my house. The Black family will no longer discriminate based on blood. Anyone with black blood, anyone, will be recognized as family. No more disownments. No more burnings. No more erasing people because they loved the wrong person. And the magic? Lady Pottle asked. Will it accept such changes? It accepted me. A half-blood, raised by muggles, claiming the lordship. If it can accept that, it can accept this. The ritual to change the family doctrines required preparation. Kreacher, despite his initial shock at Harry's proposal, threw himself into the work with surprising dedication. Kreacher served the old mistress, he said one evening, as they arranged artifacts on the altar in the ancestral drawing room. Kreacher saw what the doctrines did. Saw good blacks cast out for loving muggles. Saw families destroyed by pride. His bulbous eyes gleamed. Kreacher did not always agree, but Kreacher served. Now Master says enough. Kreacher is glad. Harry paused in his work. You are. I thought you believed in the old ways. The old ways had some good, Master. Loyalty. Honor. Protecting family. Kreacher's voice was soft. But they also had much bad. Cruelty. Hatred. Fear of what is different. Kreacher served because Kreacher had no choice. But Master has a choice. Master chooses better. It was the longest speech Harry had ever heard from the elf, and possibly the most meaningful. He reached down, touching Kreacher's head gently. Thank you. That means more than you know. Kreacher sniffled but said nothing, returning to his work with renewed energy. The night of the ritual, the families gathered. Not all, some had declined, uncomfortable with what Harry was attempting. But 11 of the 16 came, standing in a circle around the edges of the ancestral drawing room as witnesses. Harry stood before the tapestry, the Black family history spread before him in woven thread. The burned names, the scars, the erasures, they seemed to pulse in the candlelight, accusing and sorrowful. The doctrines of the House of Black, he began, his voice carrying in the silent room, were written centuries ago, in a different time. They reflect the fears and prejudices of that time, fears that have no place in the world we now face. He unrolled a parchment, reading the old rules aloud. Each one felt like a wound. Any member of the House of Black who marries a Muggle shall be disowned and their name stricken from the tapestry. Asterisk. Any member who marries a Muggle-born shall be considered tainted and stripped of all rights and properties. Asterisk. Children of such unions shall not be considered blacks, regardless of blood. Asterisk. The house shall maintain its purity through careful selection of marriage partners, preferring unions with the oldest and most respectable families. Asterisk. On and on they went, a catalogue of cruelty dressed in formal language. When Harry finished, the silence was absolute. These doctrines have destroyed our family, he said. They drove away Sirius, who was one of the best men I ever knew. They erased Andromeda, who lost her daughter to the war but never stopped fighting. They created a legacy of fear and hatred that has left the Black family nearly extinct. He turned to face the tapestry, raising his wand. By the authority vested in me as Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black, I hereby declare these doctrines null and void. From this night forward, no Black shall be disowned for love. No Black shall be erased for their blood. All who carry Black blood, pure, half, or Muggle-born, shall be recognized as family, entitled to the protection and support of this house. He paused, then added, and I call upon the magic of this house to witness and accept these changes. For a long moment, nothing happened. The tapestry hung motionless, the candles burned steadily, the watching families held their breath. Then the tapestry began to glow. It started at the bottom, where Harry's name glittered, and spread upward through the generations. The light was warm, golden, not the cold silver of the bloodline challenge, but something softer. Something like acceptance. As Harry watched, the burned names began to change. Andromeda's scarred image flickered, then reformed, not erased, but restored. The threads wove themselves anew, connecting her to the main line, acknowledging her place in the family. Her name blazed bright, alongside Ted Tonks, included now, his Muggle-born status no longer a bar to recognition. The light reached Sirius's scar. The jagged hole where his face should have been filled with golden threads, weaving his image back into the tapestry. Not replacing the scar, Harry could still see where the burning had been, but incorporating it. Accepting it. Making him whole again. Other names reformed. Blacks Harry had never heard of, erased for loving Muggles, for marrying Muggle-borns, for refusing the cruelty of their time. They reappeared one by one, their threads connecting to the main line, their faces serene in the golden light. When the glow finally faded, the tapestry was transformed. The burned branches remained, history couldn't be undone, but they were no longer empty. Every Black who had ever been erased was restored, their names bright, their places secure. And at the very top, a new section had appeared, a blank space, waiting. Harry realized with a start that it was for future generations. For Blacks yet unborn, who would never have to fear being erased. Creature was weeping openly. Lord Greengrass looked stunned. Augusta Longbottom's stern face was wet with tears she didn't bother to hide. It's done, Harry said quietly. The House of Black is whole again. The aftermath of the ritual was overwhelming. Letters poured into Grimmauld Place, from families who had distant Black connections, from descendants of those restored, from wizards and witches who had never dreamed they'd be acknowledged. Some were joyful, some were angry, some simply bewildered. But the most important response came from Andromeda Tonks. She arrived at Grimmauld Place 3 days after the ritual, a small woman with tired eyes and the ghost of Bellatrix's features. Harry met her in the state room, unsure what to expect. You restored my name, she said without preamble. My daughter is dead. My husband is grieving. My world has fallen apart. And you, a boy I've never met, gave me back something I lost 40 years ago. Harry didn't know what to say. It was the right thing to do. The right thing. Andromeda laughed, but there was no humor in it. No one in my family has done the right thing in generations. Not since I was a girl. She studied him. You're like Sirius, aren't you? You choose love over blood. I choose both. Harry met her eyes. That's the point. Blood isn't the problem, it's what we do with it. The blacks have good blood and bad blood, just like every family. The old doctrines pretended only the good existed. That was a lie. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. A real smile, warm and sad and hopeful all at once. Sirius would have loved you, she said. He always said family was more than blood. You've proven him right. She stayed for tea, and for the first time in months, Harry saw her relax. They talked about Sirius, about the war, about her granddaughter Teddy, who was growing up fast and showing signs of his parents' magic. When she finally left, she hugged him, a brief, fierce embrace that said more than words. Thank you, she whispered. For everything. The reforms rippled outward. Other families began to question their own doctrines, not all, not immediately, but some. Lord Greengrass announced that his house would review its marriage requirements. Augusta Longbottom wrote a letter to the prophet, praising Harry's actions and suggesting that, perhaps it's time for all ancient families to consider which traditions serve us and which merely bind us. Even the Malfoy-allied families couldn't ignore it. Draco cornered Harry in the Hogwarts corridor one day, his expression complicated. My father says you've destroyed the Black family. Says you've diluted centuries of pure blood heritage with your muggle-loving reforms. Harry raised an eyebrow. And what do you say? Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, bitter sound. I say my father's a fool who can't see past his own prejudices. But don't tell him I said that. He walked away before Harry could respond, leaving a trail of confusion and speculation. The war continued to escalate. Death Eater attacks grew bolder, the Ministry more desperate, the divisions in Wizarding Society more stark. But through it all, the Council held firm. 16 families, bound by compact and choice, standing together against the darkness. And at the center of it all, Harry Potter, Lord Black, continued to build. Not an army, not a government, something more lasting. A community, a family, a future. The tapestry in the ancestral drawing room glowed with renewed life, its restored names a testament to the power of choice over blood. And Harry, standing before it each night, felt the weight of that legacy, and the hope that came with it. The old ways were changing. And he was changing them. Chapter 13, The Political Crisis. The summer of Harry's 15th year brought war to his doorstep. Not literally, Grimmauld Place's wards held strong, its status as neutral ground respected even by Death Eaters. But the reports that arrived each day painted a picture of escalating horror. Families attacked in their homes. Ministry officials found dead under mysterious circumstances. Muggle-born witches and wizards disappearing in the night. The council met weekly now, sometimes more often. The 16 families shared intelligence, coordinated defenses, offered sanctuary to those who needed it. But the strain was showing. Lord Macmillan arrived at the July 15th meeting with a face like thunder. The ministry has frozen our assets. He threw a parchment onto the table. All of them. The Greengrass accounts, the Pottle business holdings, the Longbottom properties, anything connected to council families is now under temporary administrative review. Shock rippled around the table. Harry grabbed the parchment, scanning its contents. The language was bureaucratic, but the meaning was clear. The ministry was using its economic power to cripple them. This is illegal, Hermione said from her position against the wall. She'd become a regular presence at council meetings, her legal expertise invaluable. They can't just freeze assets without due process. They can if they claim national security concerns. Lord Greengrass's voice was tight with anger. The Emergency Powers Act of 1748 allows the minister to take such actions during times of grave magical threat. Fudge has finally found a use for all those centuries-old laws. Augusta Longbottom rose, her face pale. My son's care, the healers at St. Mungo's, if our accounts are frozen, we can't pay for his treatment. Alice's too. The room went very still. Frank and Alice Longbottom's condition required constant, expensive care. Without funding, we'll cover it. Harry's voice was immediate, absolute. The black accounts are separate, the goblins won't honor ministry freezes without a fight. Whatever the Longbottoms need, it's yours. Augusta's eyes glistened, but she nodded sharply. Thank you. But this isn't just about my family. The ministry is trying to break us economically. If we can't access our funds, we can't operate. We can't defend ourselves. We can't. We fight. Harry cut through her despair. We've faced worse than bureaucrats with ink and parchment. We find a way. Dash dash dash. The way came from an unexpected source. Griphook appeared at Grimmauld Place that evening, his expression carefully neutral. Lord Black. The Goblin Nation has noted the Ministry's actions with interest. Harry invited him in, offered tea, waited. Goblins didn't appreciate being rushed. The Ministry believes it can freeze assets held at Gringotts, Griphook continued. It is mistaken. Gringotts is sovereign territory, bound by treaty, not subject to Ministry decrees. The accounts of council families remain accessible, through us. Hope flickered. You'll help us. We will allow you to access your own gold. Griphook's lips twitched. This is not help. This is honoring our contracts. The Ministry's decrees have no force within our halls. But there's more. Harry could read Goblin subtlety now. You want something in return. A better treaty. The current agreement between Gringotts and the Ministry dates from 1689. It is outdated. The Goblin Nation would appreciate a renegotiation, one that recognizes our sovereignty more fully. Harry considered. This was beyond his authority. Treaties required Wizengamot approval. But the current Wizengamot was controlled by Fudge and his allies. Renegotiation would be impossible. I can't promise a new treaty. But I can promise that when the Council has more influence, when we can actually affect policy, we'll push for fairer terms. And in the meantime, he met Griphook's eyes. In the meantime, we'll remember who helped us when the Ministry turned against us. Griphook nodded slowly. That is acceptable. For now. Dash dash dash. The Goblin intervention saved them economically, but the political damage was already done. Lord Flint, always the most reluctant of the signatories, approached Harry after the next council meeting with troubled eyes. The family has held its lands for 6 centuries, he said quietly. If the Ministry decides to seize them, to claim they're connected to illegal activities, we have no recourse. The courts are controlled by Fudge. The Wizengamot is stacked against us. We won't let that happen. How will you stop it? You're 15 years old. Brilliant. Yes, I don't deny what you've built. But you have no official power. The Ministry doesn't recognize the Council. If it comes to a choice between following your lead or saving my family. He trailed off. Harry felt the ground shifting beneath him. Are you saying you'd leave the compact? I'm saying I have to consider my options. Flint's voice was pained. My daughter is 11. My son is 8. If I lose everything, if they lose everything, because I backed the wrong side. He shook his head. I'm not leaving. Not yet. But I need to see a path forward. A real path, not just hope. After Flint departed, Harry sat alone in the state room, staring at the 16 crests blazing above the fireplace. One of them, Flint's, seemed dimmer than before. A warning. The alliance was fraying. Dash dash dash. The crisis deepened over the following weeks. Lord Folly, ancient and frail, suffered a health scare that his family attributed to stress. Lord Macmillan's business partners, nervous about Ministry retaliation, began pulling back from their agreements. Even the Pottles, usually so steady, reported that their apothecary suppliers were demanding cash up front. No more credit, no more trust. They're scared, Lady Pottle explained. The Ministry's campaign is working. People are choosing sides, and they're choosing the side that looks like it will win. Harry understood. The Council had held together through legal challenges, blood rituals, and political maneuvering. But economic pressure was different. Economic pressure touched every family, every day, in ways that couldn't be fought with magic or words. We need to show them we can fight back, he said at the next meeting. Not just survive, push back. Make the Ministry regret targeting us. How? Lord Greengrass's voice was tired. We've tried the courts, the press, public opinion. Nothing works. Fudge is determined to destroy us. Then we go around him. Harry had been thinking about this for days. The Wizengamot isn't the only source of power. There are other institutions, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the International Confederation, the creature communities. If we can build alliances outside the Ministry's control, we create leverage. The Board of Governors is dominated by Malfoy and his allies. Then we target the International Confederation. Reach out to other countries' noble houses, France, Germany, Scandinavia. Show them what we're building. Ask for recognition. Lord Folly stirred. Foreign alliances. That's unprecedented. The Ministry would call it treason. The ministry calls everything treason. Harry's voice was hard. I'm tired of playing by their rules. If they want a war, let's give them one, not a war of wands, but a war of influence. Let's make them regret ever coming after us. The first international outreach went to France, to the House of Delacour. Harry wrote to Fleur, whom he'd met during the tournament, explaining the council's situation and requesting an introduction to her family. Her response came within days, warm, supportive, and full of practical advice. Papa says the French noble houses have faced similar pressures from their ministry. They would be very interested in speaking with your council. Perhaps a meeting could be arranged, neutral ground, perhaps in Geneva. Harry showed the letter to the council. Lord Greengrass read it twice, then looked up with something like hope. This could change everything. International recognition would make it much harder for the ministry to paint us as criminals. It could also provoke them further, Augusta warned. Fudge is paranoid about foreign interference. If he thinks we're conspiring with other countries, let him be paranoid. Harry's voice was firm. He's already doing everything he can against us. What more can he do? The answer came 2 weeks later, in the form of an official ministry notice delivered to every signatory family. By order of the Minister for Magic, the following individuals are hereby placed under investigation for activities detrimental to the security of magical Britain. Until such time as the investigation is complete, all rights and privileges associated with noble status are suspended, including Wizengamot seats, property protections, and legal immunities. Beneath the text, a list of names. All 16 family heads, including Harry. They've suspended noble status, Hermione breathed. Harry, that's almost a declaration of war. It's an act of desperation. But Harry's hands were shaking. They're running out of options, so they're throwing everything at us. Lord Flint, who had been silent throughout the reading, slowly rose. His face was gray. I have to think of my children, he said quietly. I'm sorry, truly, but I can't continue. He walked out before anyone could respond. The silence he left behind was deafening. One by one, over the following days, others followed. Lord Foley's family, citing his health. Lord Macmillan, pressured by his business partners. Even Lady Pottle, though her eyes were wet with tears. We're not leaving the compact, she insisted. We're just stepping back. Temporarily. Until the pressure eases. Harry nodded, unable to speak. By the end of the week, the council had shrunk from 16 families to 9. The alliance he'd built was crumbling. He sat alone in the ancestral drawing room that night, staring at the tapestry. The restored names glowed softly, a reminder of what he'd accomplished. But the crests above the fireplace told a different story, only 9 still blazed brightly. The others had dimmed, their families withdrawn. Hermione found him there, Ron close behind. You can't blame yourself, she said softly. They were under impossible pressure. I could have done more. Found another way. Protected them better. His voice was hollow. You're 15. Ron's voice was rough. You've done more than anyone had a right to expect. More than most adults could have done. If some people can't handle the heat, that's on them, not you. It's on me if the alliance falls apart. If Voldemort wins because we couldn't stay united. Voldemort hasn't won yet. A new voice, from the doorway. Lord Greengrass stood there, his expression unreadable. Behind him, Augusta Longbottom. The Pottles, the Ollivanders, the ones who had stayed, were still here, Greengrass continued. 9 families, still bound by compact, still committed to the cause. The others may return, when the pressure eases. Or they may not. But we remain. Harry looked at them, these proud, ancient families who had chosen to stand with a 15-year-old boy against the combined weight of the ministry and the Dark Lord. His throat tightened. Why? He asked. Why do you stay, when it would be so much easier to leave? Augusta Longbottom answered. Because you're worth staying for. Because what you've built, what we've built together, matters more than comfort or safety. Because my son and daughter-in-law lie in a hospital bed, and I'll be damned if I let their sacrifice mean nothing. Lord Greengrass nodded. Because my daughter will inherit a world worth living in. Because of you. One by one, they spoke, their reasons, their hopes, their faith in him. By the time they finished, Harry's eyes were wet. Then we fight, he said. 9 families, together, against whatever comes. We rebuild, we strengthen, we reach out to new allies. And we show the world that the Council of Ancient Houses is not so easily broken. The 9 crests above the fireplace blazed brighter in response, their light filling the room with warmth and determination. The tapestry glowed in sympathy, the restored names seeming to nod in approval. The political crisis had cost them dearly. But it had also revealed who truly believed, who would stand when standing was hard. And those, Harry knew, were the allies worth having. The game continued. The war approached. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, was ready. Chapter 14, The Balance of Power. Autumn painted London in shades of amber and gold, but Harry barely noticed. The days blurred together in a constant stream of strategy sessions, diplomatic overtures, and desperate attempts to shore up the crumbling alliance. 9 families remained, fewer than before, but those 9 were iron. The ministry's campaign against them had entered a new phase. With the council weakened, Fudge grew bolder. New decrees appeared weekly, each one further restricting the rights of noble houses, property seizures, travel restrictions, even limits on family gatherings, a transparent attempt to prevent the remaining 9 from meeting. They're strangling us, Lord Greengrass said at yet another emergency session. Slowly, legally, but surely. In 6 months, there'll be nothing left of noble privileges. Harry stared at the dimmed crests above the fireplace, 7 families who had withdrawn, their seats empty, their magic silent. He felt the weight of each absence like a physical blow. We need a new strategy, he said. Something they won't expect. Like what? Augusta Longbottom's voice was tired. We've tried the courts, the press, international outreach. Nothing works. Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. About power, about leverage, about the nature of the game they were playing. The ministry had all the official advantages, laws, institutions, the machinery of government. But the old families had something else. We have history, he said slowly. We have precedent. We have 3,000 years of magical tradition that predates the ministry by centuries. What if we stopped fighting on their ground and started fighting on ours? Lord Greengrass leaned forward. Explain. The ministry claims authority over us because we've accepted it for 300 years. But acceptance isn't the same as surrender. The old charters were never revoked, just ignored. What if we stopped ignoring them? Lady Patil's eyes widened. You're talking about reclaiming noble sovereignty. Unilaterally. I'm talking about reminding the ministry that their power comes from us. From the families who agreed to create a central government for mutual convenience. If enough of us withdraw that consent, if we formally declare that we're reclaiming our ancient rights, they'd call it treason. Augusta's voice was sharp. They'd arrest us all. Would they? Harry met her eyes. The ministry's power is based on perception. If people stop believing they have authority, they lose it. It's that simple. Silence filled the room. Then, slowly, Lord Greengrass smiled. You're proposing a declaration of independence. I'm proposing we remind the world that we were independent long before the ministry existed. And that we can be again. The declaration took weeks to draft. Hermione worked alongside Harry, researching every precedent, every charter, every ancient right that had never been formally revoked. Lord Greengrass contributed his knowledge of noble law. Augusta Longbottom provided historical context from her long life. The final document was extraordinary. It began with a history of magical governance in Britain, tracing the evolution from independent noble houses to the centralized ministry. It cited every charter, every treaty, every agreement that had created the current system, and noted that none of them had ever surrendered the fundamental sovereignty of the ancient families. It listed the ministry's abuses, the illegal asset freezes, the suspension of noble rights without due process, the harassment of families who had broken no laws. It documented each violation in careful detail, building a case that the ministry had broken its own compact with the nobility. And it concluded with a declaration. Therefore, we the undersigned heads of ancient and most noble houses, do hereby reclaim the sovereignty that has always been ours by blood and magic. We withdraw our consent from a ministry that has abused its authority and broken its sacred trust. We reaffirm our ancient rights to govern our own affairs, defend our own territories, and determine our own futures. And we invite all who value freedom and tradition to join us in building a new order, one that respects the old ways while embracing the best of the new. 9 signatures appeared at the bottom. 9 family crests, pressed in wax. 9 declarations of independence. When Harry added his own signature, Harry James Potter, Lord Black, he felt the magic stir. The document blazed with golden light, then settled into a warm glow. It was done. The declaration was published in a special edition of the Noble Chronicle, distributed by every means available. Owls carried it across Britain. House elves delivered it to every noble household. Friendly shopkeepers posted it in their windows. Within a week, the entire magical world had read it. The reaction was explosive. Letters poured into Grimmauld Place, supportive, outraged, curious, fearful. Some families who had withdrawn from the council wrote to express regret and inquire about rejoining. Others wrote to condemn the declaration as reckless and dangerous. The Prophet ran a series of hysterical editorials calling for the traitors to be arrested immediately. But the ministry hesitated. They're afraid, Hermione reported, analyzing the official responses. If they arrest you, they create martyrs. If they ignore you, they look weak. They're trapped. Good. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Let them squirm. The international response was even more encouraging. The French noble houses, through the Delacours, issued a statement supporting the Declaration's principles. The German families followed suit. Even the International Confederation, usually so cautious, released a carefully worded observation about the importance of respecting ancient traditions and treaties. The ministry was losing control of the narrative. The first family to rejoin the council was the Macmillans. Lord Macmillan arrived at Grimmauld Place with his son Ernie, his face a mixture of shame and determination. I was wrong to leave, he said simply. Fear made me cowardly. I won't make that mistake again. Harry welcomed him back without reproach. The Macmillan crest above the fireplace blazed to life once more, its light warm and steady. Others followed. The Pottles, who had never really left, formally renewed their commitment. Lord Foley's family, after his passing, asked to be reinstated in his memory. Even the Flints, after weeks of agonizing, sent word that they wished to return. By Christmas, the council numbered 14 families, more than before the crisis. The declaration had done what Harry hoped. It had clarified the choice, forced people to pick sides, and revealed that the ministry's power was far from absolute. Lord Greengrass raised a glass at the Yule celebration. To Lord Black, he said, his voice carrying through the crowded state room. Who showed us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. To Lord Black, the response was thunderous. Harry stood at the head of the table, 14 crests blazing above him, and felt something he hadn't felt in months, hope. The new year brought new challenges. The ministry, stung by its defeat, launched a series of legal actions against the declaration's signatories. But the cases were weak, the precedents clear, and the Wizengamot, increasingly divided, proved unable to reach consensus. Fudge's position crumbled. In February, he was voted out in a no-confidence motion, replaced by a caretaker minister until new elections could be held. The hardliners who had driven the anti-noble campaign were swept from power, replaced by moderates eager to rebuild bridges. Amelia Bones, newly appointed as interim minister, reached out to Harry within days. Lord Black. Her tone was formal, but her eyes held warmth. I believe it's time we talked. Seriously. About the role of noble houses in modern magical Britain. They met at Grimmauld Place. On neutral ground. Bones brought a small team of advisors, Harry brought the council's leadership. For 6 hours, they negotiated. The resulting agreement was historic. The ministry formally recognized the Council of Ancient Houses as a legitimate consultative body, with the right to be consulted on all legislation affecting noble interests. In return, the council acknowledged the ministry's ultimate authority in matters of national security and international relations, a carefully worded compromise that left both sides able to claim victory. Noble families regained their traditional rights, the ability to govern their own territories, the immunity from arbitrary asset freezes, the protection of ancient charters. But they also accepted new responsibilities, transparency in their dealings, cooperation with legitimate law enforcement, respect for the rights of all magical beings regardless of blood. The old ways and the new, Bones said as they signed the final document. Balanced at last, Harry added his signature to the parchment, feeling the weight of the moment. 14 families had trusted him. 14 families had stood when standing was hard. And now, because of that trust, they had won something precious: recognition. Respect. A place at the table. Dash dash dash. That night, the council celebrated, not lavishly, but warmly. The state room at Grimald Place blazed with light, 14 crests burning bright above the fireplace. The tapestry in the ancestral drawing room glowed with renewed magic, its restored names a testament to how far they'd come. Harry stood apart for a moment, watching his people. Ron and Hermione were laughing with Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones. The Pottle twins were deep in conversation with Daphne Greengrass. Lord Greengrass and Augusta Longbottom sat together, their long rivalry finally transformed into something like friendship. Daphne appeared at his side, as she always seemed to. "You did it. We did it." She smiled, a real smile, warm and unguarded. "You're not going to let me give you credit, are you? Plenty of credit to go around." He glanced at her. "You've been here the whole time. Watching. Learning. I noticed. I told you I would." She met his eyes. "My father says I'll be ready to lead the family soon. He's been training me for years. But watching you, how you build trust, how you listen, how you make people feel valued, that's taught me more than any lesson." Harry didn't know what to say. Fortunately, he didn't have to. Ron appeared, dragging Hermione behind him. "Come on, Lord High and Mighty, time to dance. Mum says if I don't get you on the floor at least once, she'll never let me hear the end of it." Laughing, Harry let himself be pulled into the celebration. For one night, at least, the weight lifted. The war still loomed, Voldemort still gathered power, and the final confrontation still waited. But tonight, there was only this family, chosen in blood, dancing together in the light of 14 blazing crests. The balance of power had shifted. The old families had their place again. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, had led them there. The game continued. But for the first time, they were playing on equal ground. Chapter 15, Lord of the Ancient Seat. The morning of the Wizengamot session dawned clear and cold, winter's last gasp before spring reclaimed the land. Harry stood at the window of his bedroom at Grimald Place, watching light creep across the London rooftops, and felt the weight of the day settle over him like a cloak. Today, he would take his seat. Not as a visitor, not as a petitioner, not as a boy pleading his case before indifferent adults. Today, Harry Potter, Lord Black, would formally assume his place in the Wizengamot as head of the ancient and most noble House of Black. Today, he would become, officially and irrevocably, part of the governing body of magical Britain. The journey to this moment had been long. 3 years since he'd discovered the vault beneath Grimald Place. 3 years of blood rituals and political battles, of alliances forged and tested, of enemies confronted and challenges overcome. 3 years of growing from a grieving 13-year-old into something else, something the old families had learned to call Lord. A knock at the door roused him from his thoughts. "Enter." Creature appeared, his bulbous eyes gleaming with an emotion Harry had learned to recognize as pride. "Master's robes are ready. The formal ones, with the full black regalia. And," he hesitated, "and Creature has prepared something else. Something that belonged to the old lords." He held out a box of dark wood, its surface carved with the black crest. Harry opened it carefully, revealing a chain of office, heavy silver links, each engraved with the names of Black Lords stretching back 1,000 years. At its center hung a pendant, the Black Star, wrought in silver and set with a single dark gem that seemed to hold depths of shadow. "This was worn by Arcturus Black at his seating," Creature said softly. "And by Pollux before him. And by every lord since the chain was forged." Creature thought Master should wear it today. Harry lifted the chain, feeling its weight, its age, its magic. It was warm against his fingers, as if it recognized him. As if it had been waiting. "Thank you, Creature." His voice was rough. "This means, thank you." Creature bowed low, then busied himself with final preparations, allowing Harry a moment of privacy. When he was dressed, formal robes of black and silver, the chain of office heavy around his neck, the black ring warm on his finger, Harry looked at himself in the tall mirror. The boy who stared back was almost a stranger. Older, certainly. Taller. His eyes held shadows that hadn't been there 3 years ago, but also a steadiness, a certainty. He looked like a lord. "Ready." Hermione's voice came from the doorway. She was dressed in formal robes too, as was Ron beside her. They would attend as his companions, his witnesses, his family. Harry turned from the mirror. Ready. Dash dash dash. The Wizengamot chamber was full to overflowing. Every seat on the tiered benches was occupied. The public galleries bulged with spectators. Journalists crowded the press section, quills poised. Even the usually empty ambassadorial boxes held representatives from foreign ministries, here to witness the historic occasion. At the center of it all, the chief warlock's seat stood empty. Dumbledore had declined to preside, saying this moment belonged to Harry alone. In his place sat Amelia Bones, acting minister, her expression grave but her eyes warm. Harry walked the central aisle with Hermione and Ron flanking him. The whispers began immediately, a tide of sound that followed his progress. That's him, Lord Black. So young. They say he rebuilt the council from nothing. Half-blood, you know. His mother was Muggle-born. Doesn't matter. The magic accepted him. He reached the floor of the chamber and stopped before the central podium. Amelia Bones rose. Harry James Potter, Lord Black, you appear before this body to claim the seat of the ancient and most noble House of Black, vacant since the death of Arcturus Black in 1991. By what right do you make this claim? Harry's voice carried clearly through the chamber. By blood. By magic. By the recognition of the old rituals and the acceptance of the noble families. He touched the chain around his neck. By the legacy of those who came before, and by my own actions in restoring the House of Black to its proper place. Bones nodded. The documentation of your claim has been reviewed and confirmed. The blood magic has been tested and found true. The noble families have been consulted and offer their recognition. She paused. But the Wizengamot requires one final proof. Will you swear the old oath? Harry had prepared for this. The old oath was the most binding magical vow a lord could take, a promise to govern justly, to protect the vulnerable, to uphold the laws of magic and tradition. Breaking it would cost him everything. I will. The chamber fell silent as Bones intoned the ancient words. They were in an older language, one Harry didn't fully understand, but their meaning resonated in his bones, in his blood, in the magic that now answered to him. When she finished, Harry spoke the response Creature had taught him. By blood and bone, by heart and soul, by the magic that flows through my veins and the legacy that binds my name, I swear it. So let it be witnessed. Light blazed from the chain around his neck, from the ring on his finger, from the very stones of the chamber. The Wizengamot's ancient magic, dormant for decades, stirred and woke and acknowledged him. For a long moment, Harry was suspended in that light, feeling the weight of 1,000 years of history settle onto his shoulders. Then it faded, and he was simply standing in the chamber, slightly breathless, as the assembled witches and wizard erupted in applause. Amelia Bones was smiling. The Wizengamot welcomes Lord Black to his seat. May his wisdom guide us, and his service honor us. Harry inclined his head, then turned to walk to his place, the Black family seat, high on the benches, surrounded by the other noble houses. Lord Greengrass nodded as he passed. Augusta Longbottom's eyes gleamed with something like pride. Even families who had opposed him offered grudging respect. He sat, and the world shifted slightly. From this vantage, the chamber looked different. He could see the whole room, the dynamics of power, the way members leaned toward each other to whisper, the subtle signals of alliance and opposition. This was his place now. His seat. His voice would be heard here, his vote counted, his influence felt. The game had changed again. Dash dash dash. The formal session ended an hour later, but the real work was just beginning. Harry spent the rest of the day in meetings, with Bones, with foreign ambassadors, with family heads who wanted to discuss the council's future. By evening, he was exhausted but exhilarated. They returned to Grimmauld Place as darkness fell, to find the house transformed. The staterooms blazed with light. The 14 crests above the fireplace burned brighter than ever, joined now by new ones, families who had been watching, waiting, finally ready to commit. The tapestry in the ancestral drawing room had added new names, new connections, new hope. And in the main hall, the families had gathered. All of them. The 14 who had stood firm through the crisis. The 7 who had returned. The 3 new families who had decided to join. Even some who had never signed the compact but came tonight to offer congratulations and explore cooperation. Lord Greengrass approached with a goblet of wine. You've done it, Lord Black. The ancient houses have a voice again. A place. A future. We've done it. Harry took the goblet but didn't drink. I couldn't have done any of it alone. No. But you could have failed alone. Instead, you succeeded together. Greengrass smiled. That's the mark of a true leader, you know. Not the ability to command, but the ability to inspire others to stand with you. They talked for a while, about the future, about the challenges ahead, about the war that still loomed. But tonight was for celebration, and eventually Greengrass drifted away to join the others. Harry found a quiet corner and simply watched for a while. Ron was dancing with Hermione, actually dancing, and not badly. The Potter twins were laughing at something Parvati had said. Lord Macmillan was deep in conversation with Augusta Longbottom, their heads bent together like old friends. Even Creature was visible, circulating with trays of food, his usual scowl replaced by something that might have been contentment. Daphne appeared, as she always seemed to. Hiding. Observing. There's a difference. She smiled. My father says the best leaders know when to step back and watch. That's how you learn who people really are. Your father says a lot of wise things. He does. She was quiet for a moment. I wanted to tell you, I'm grateful. For everything you've done. For showing us that the old ways don't have to mean the old cruelties. For building something worth being part of. Harry met her eyes. You're part of it too. You always have been. Something passed between them, not romance, exactly, but recognition. Two young people who had grown up too fast, who carried weights their peers couldn't imagine, who understood each other in ways that didn't require words. To the future, Daphne said, raising her glass. To the future. Dash dash dash. Later, long after the last guests had departed and the house had settled into its nightly quiet, Harry stood alone in the ancestral drawing room. The tapestry glowed softly, its restored names a testament to everything he'd fought for. Andromeda's name, bright and clear. Sirius's, scarred but whole. Countless others, returned from oblivion because one boy had refused to let cruelty have the last word. Above the fireplace, the crests of 24 families blazed in a circle of light, the council, fully restored and stronger than ever. The black crest at their center, not dominating but connecting, the threads of magic linking it to each of the others. Harry touched the chain around his neck, felt the weight of 1,000 years of history. He thought of all the blacks who had come before, the good, the bad, the complicated, and how their blood ran in his veins whether he wanted it or not. He thought of his parents, who had died so he could live. He thought of Sirius, who had loved him like a son. He thought of his friends, his allies, his family, chosen in blood, all of them. The war with Voldemort wasn't over. The final confrontation still waited, somewhere in the future, with all its terror and loss. But tonight, standing in the heart of the house he'd reclaimed, surrounded by the legacy he'd restored, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety, that would never be his. Not the peace of ignorance, he knew too much for that. But the peace of purpose. The peace of knowing he'd done something worth doing, built something worth building, loved something worth loving. The tapestry glowed, the crests blazed, and Harry Potter, Lord Black, stood in the center of it all, ready for whatever came next. The game continued. The war approached. But for this moment, this one perfect moment, he was simply where he belonged. Lord of the ancient seat. Heir to a legacy he'd transformed. Builder of a future he'd helped create. The stars painted on the ceiling above him shone with their own cold, eternal light. They had watched over the blacks for 1,000 years. They would watch over him too. Harry smiled, turned from the tapestry, and walked out to join his people. The house settled around him, ancient and strong, its magic humming with contentment. The black crest burned bright above Grimmauld Place, visible only to those who knew how to look, a beacon, a promise, a warning. The Lord had come home, and he would not be moved. The end.